Hello, Modi. Good and you? You will come just after 5. Okay. Just close to your session. Okay. 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 No problem. Okay. Good afternoon, Ame Motomang. Just in the background, we haven't started yet, so welcome on board. Good afternoon, ma'am. Maybe test your sound, please. I think you're on mute. We're not broadcasting live yet. It's private.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello, this is Dawn. How are you doing?
Good afternoon. I'm doing very well, thank you. And how are you doing?
Fine. Just testing.
Awesome. Testing is good. I'm also going to share a YouTube link with the group just now, and you can share that with any audience members that we have. We'll be tracking the Q&A from there as well.
Okay. Fantastic.
All righty. See you soon.
See you soon.
So if you want to go back to emails, you just double click the.
So if I want to go to email, I go.
You just go
Yeah.
and then any of
And then
this tab, and then and it'll always be present. So if you want to go back, you click, and you can go anywhere else. Sorry. Okay. Right. So then you can go anywhere else, but it'll always be in there. So you can just mute before you leave, but you just double click, and this is the recent tabs.
Right.
So then you move between any other ones. It's just quicker if you need to maneuver between there and there.
So when after I'm gonna, because we've got 25. We've got a few minutes to go.
Should I take your video or you find on the video? You find on the video.
You can take me off video.
Okay. So when you put it
Good afternoon and welcome. Great. We're all coming in.
Bye-bye. Hello, Rahima. Are we all in the right place?
Yes, we're all in the right place, but I'm missing quite a number of guests. I'm just wanting to resend the link. I sent a new meeting invite, and I'm just going to put it on the chat as well.
Okay, so shall we go out and come back in again? Is it going to be another Zoom link?
No, this is the correct link. You're in the right
Oh,
place.
okay. Same as yesterday.
Same as yesterday. We're just waiting for
Yes.
others to join.
To join in. Okay. All right. Otherwise,
hope-
you're fine, darling.
We good. We good. We good.
Very good.
Not ready. I'm just setting up both platforms to connect to this. I'm just going to join the call now from the other platform. We're good to go. I think the videos are queued. Just looking what time they come in. That.
So Eleanor is not coming because she's had a bereavement.
Oh
Her
dear.
nephew, honestly, her nephew passed away today.
No.
But I do have a message from her, which I will read. Yeah. Thomas, hello, darling. Are you good? I'm okay, sweetie. Good. Good. I'm fine. Yeah. Are you? The most important person would be Pumzile this time. And what I did, I had sent her I had sent her the WhatsApp, the link that Sabrina had sent to all of us, the Womanomics one. But she was not on this practice session, remember? I can't hear you because you're muted.
Sorry that I had sent her through Corsi, her contact. I think
Okay.
we sent the Zoom
Okay.
link. And I
Okay.
just she must connect on the Zoom link.
Okay, perfect.
How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh, yeah.
It's gonna be beautiful.
Hello, my dear. She shouldn't be in the lobby. Okay, can you send me her number, please? Just because she shouldn't be in the lobby. I'm just gonna just go back and I just want to see preferences, because she's definitely a guest to this.
Who's this?
Mepumzile says that she's in as a guest. She's in the lobby. I don't have a lobby.
Okay, is it possible to send her that WhatsApp, that message by WhatsApp that we all used yesterday?
Yeah, I'm gonna send you a WhatsApp now, ma'am. Is that fine?
Send, okay.
Kosi, can I?
Hi,
Sorry, I'm
Sisna.
speaking to you and I'm speaking
Hello,
to
darling. Hello, Didi.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you perfectly, darling.
Can you
I
see
can
the
hear you.
candles?
I can see you clearly.
Are the candles
nice.
visible?
Yes, yes. You
Okay.
just need to move them a little bit towards the picture.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that looks beautiful. Beautiful. You look stunning, Lindy.
Thank you, Sisna.
That's perfect.
That better.
That's very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice. Very nice. We are just trying to get Pumzile on.
Hello,
Hi,
everybody.
Sister Dawn.
Hi,
You
Sister.
all- Hello, you all look quite stunning, ladies.
No, they do.
Huh?
Ah,
Lebanese.
Motomang.
Hello, Anase.
Motumang, hi,
Marvin.
Mamane, how bua? When you
No, at
spoke
the moment,
yesterday,
we are in practice.
Motumang,
When I spoke yesterday,
Tsepo,
Stunning.
I'm fine. The dude is doing his thing here.
Tsepo, are we going on like we are at lunch? 'Cause
I know. That's how it should be.
I hope
Stunning, Motomang. I like it.
I hope all of us are keeping a bottle of something in the fridge so that when we finish, we can
Oh.
we can toast to ourselves.
Oh,
Yes,
absolutely.
no, really.
Absolutely.
Yes. And to you, Sis
Definitely.
Mars.
I love the Duke. I love this Duke.
It is beautiful. She always has someone Motomang.
The one that's doing things, I'm not taking it off. It's too late now.
It's stunning.
I try to adjust the light. It's fine.
Marubeni.
We are just waiting for Pumzile to come on. Unfortunately, Eleanor can't be with us because she's had a bereavement today. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just following up with Kosi. I'll be back just now in terms of Mepumzile.
Okay, if you want to send me that one, you can send me the same thing. I can try
Yeah, sure.
to communicate. Yeah, send me the same WhatsApp that you've sent to Kosi and then I will forward it to Pumzile.
Thank you.
Let Kosi and I both try.
There you are. I've sent it to you.
If-
So
to my
we're
phone,
gonna go
okay.
live on YouTube.
It's not giving me the option to forward. I don't know why. Let me just see. Oh yeah, here it is.
Okay, you sorted?
I'm saying that forward. I'm actually gonna call her. Just to say. Hello, darling. Yes, I've just sent you another WhatsApp with a link. Try, yeah, with another link. So it should come out on this phone, yeah. Yeah, so go out and then come back on the one I've just sent you. Okay, Ma. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so let's see if this one works.
Okay.
I see what's happened. Okay.
Is she coming?
I'm going to start the webinar. I suspect I can see what's happening. Okay. Matt Pumzile has just joined us.
Oh, good. Ah, there she is. Oh, fantastic.
We are streaming live on YouTube.
Hello.
Hey, from
Hi, how are you?
Good to see you. Welcome.
See you too.
Oh, there are 16 of us on this particular channel because these are all the ladies who will be on the panel conversations.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, Eleanor is unable to join us because of the bereavement this afternoon, which you may have heard about.
What? Who?
Tanaga Zodwa.
Zoto Sisul.
Yes.
Which one?
No.
Yes,
one?
yes. Ulanto Tanaga Zolake. What's his name now? Just one minute.
Moise?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, no. No.
Honestly, he's been in hospital for at least 3 weeks on a ventilator. So COVID took him today.
Yo. Hey, what's I paid about.
Yeah,
Ladies, we are
very sad.
live.
It's very
Are we live now? Oh,
3 o'clock now.
okay, yes. Okay. Fantastic. Okay. So I can start.
Please do feel free to start.
Yes, well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm so excited that we are launching Right to Speak today. And my name is Nozipho January Bodle, and I will be the program manager this afternoon. I'd like to start by welcoming all of you and really thanking you for making the time to be with us this afternoon. Now, Right to Speak, just to say a little bit about it, is really expression of a personal desire to write. It is a desire to document. It was done by the desire to record and also the desire to tell a story, simply of what happened. All the writers wrote about what happened. And once the seed was settled and germinated, the commitment to nurture and water it and the joy of harvesting it was absolutely total. Invitations to the authors went out, and here we are 17 months later, launching Right to Speak. So welcome to all of you once again on this platform. And thank you for making the time on a Saturday afternoon. We will start by asking Lindiwe Hoka to open with a prayer. And so I'll pass it on to Lindy and ask you, Lindy, to open the event for us. Can I also ask everybody who is on the call to mute yourselves if you are not speaking, because we can hear some sounds in the background, which are not necessarily helping us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Nozipho. for the opportunity. I hope what I'm going to say does resonate as a prayer. But firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, our former Deputy President in South Africa, UN Under Secretary General and Executive Director of UN Women, our esteemed guests across the continent, and fellow contributors to the Right to Speak book. Greetings, Sanbonani, Shikamu, Bonjour, to all present here today as we come together to witness and celebrate the manifestation of our diverse journeys under the leadership of Ambassador Nozipho Patil during this important month for South Africa, celebrating Women's Month. There could never be an appropriate time to launch the Right to Speak book, having missed the International Women's Day in May. I am honored and overwhelmed that Sis-Nos chose to give me such a huge responsibility to open this auspicious gathering. I hope that you are able to see that I have lit 5 candles, and I will explain why. I chose candles because not only are candles a source of light, literally and figuratively, but they are a source of spiritual energy that reverberates far and wide, since we are unable to be physically together in our place, in one place, and they also serve as instruments of spiritual connection. Numbers can hold different meanings for all of us, depending on a diverse context of reference. I have specifically chosen 5 candles and have encoded them with the meaning I'd like to convey to the purpose of today's event. Firstly, the 4 candles symbolizes the 4 corners of the world, or 4 corners of the continent, or 4 corners of any modern structure that has pillars: east, west, south, and north, represented by all women present here today, and all the women who were contributors to the book. But the significance of any African structure is the center. You start building the structure by first covering the center, what we call Upasha in Zulu, or Binahari in Tswana. If you connect the 4 corners, it represents a circle. A circle is one of the most important structures in Africa. Using my reference as a traditional healer, the number 4 means firmly together. That translates to unity and collaboration. According to the book titled The Oracle of Numbers, Interpreting the Bones, it describes 4 as a number of the light workers of the planet, the builders, the counselors, the visionaries. I believe this is what the Right to Speak project book is about. So I added the 5th candle. And for me, this 5th candle is the center. It is the Upasha and it is the Ipinahari I spoke about. And I'd like to reference it back to Sis Nozipho, who became the center, the foundation, and the connector of this project. So if you add another 1 on the number 4 to make it 5, you can either interpret it by saying it disrupts that which is firmly together, or it completes the connection. So the number 5 symbolizes imperfection. It symbolizes human beings' fallibility in decision-making during periods of crisis, or it completes the circle. Only God knows the dynamics and challenges that SISNOS had to deal with in coordinating this project. But for me, most importantly, the importance of number 5 and the 5th candle. I would like to acknowledge the presence of the COVID-19 pandemic in our lives and the continuous presence of gender-based violence pandemic as the most disruptive elements we have and continue to experience in our time. Most importantly, to dedicate this one candle as a remembrance to all the loved ones we lost to COVID-19 and GBV pandemic. Our family members, friends, colleagues, and associates. And at this moment, I would also like to acknowledge that Dr. Eleanor Sisulu was unable to join us because she has lost one of her own. And we would like to take a minute of silence later on to acknowledge all those that have passed on. According to the book, interpreting the oracle number 1 represents the essential oneness of creation, the absolute, the almighty who resides in you, the power greater than yourself. 1 also personifies the concept of freedom. Let us dedicate this one candle to healing, hope, and sustenance of humanity. I would like to request that we all take just 5 seconds of silence in dedication to all those that have passed on either GBV, COVID, political conflicts, and any other pandemic that is and continues to be with us in our lifetime. After the 5 seconds of silence, please indulge me by unmuting your gadgets to continue for another 5 seconds to pray, do an incarnation or a libation in your particular space, whichever way of honoring Almighty resonates with your faith, your religion, or belief. Take any position you feel comfortable with in your space, whether you want to stand up or kneel. Finally, and that we put our hands together and clap with me 3 times as a way of connecting with each other for a common purpose, as a war cry to women's challenges and rights. Most importantly, as a celebration and blessing today's proceedings. May we take 5 seconds of silence. Thank you. Can we all unmute? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll join you during the talk when we talk about the role of arts.
All the place. No, no,
Thank you, SISNOS. Over to you.
Thank you, Lindy, for opening our event this afternoon in the way that you've just done. And we thank you for the recognition of those who have passed on, and I think everybody in this room has had one or another personal experience with COVID. And for those of us who have survived it, we thank also for the fact that we are here and we are able to carry on with our lives. Now, let me say something about the way we've structured this afternoon, because I think it will be very, very important for me to do so. I'm doing this before I invite Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka to engage in a fireside conversation with myself. So we'll start with the fireside conversation. And after that, we will then go into panel discussions, which will be moderated by one of our writers. We will have 4 panel discussions on different themes. And the themes really relate to the issues that we address in the book, Right to Speak. The members of the teams will introduce themselves. The moderator will obviously moderate those conversations. We have made some allowances for Q&As, but we will encourage all of you who want to ask questions after each panel to write those questions in the chat room, because we are always challenged by time. And so one of us will take responsibility, Sabrina, I believe, with the questions which will be asked after each panel. We have also got some artists in our group of writers. We have a poem that will be read out by Siki after the first panel is completed. We will also have a song which will be sung by Mandisa and Naima in the program. So at the end, we will do a toast to really celebrate this massive project that has taken us 17 months to do during COVID. And we will complete with a inspiring, a short inspirational event that will be done by one of our authors as well. So we really have a number of our own authors in the book who are also healers and who are also people who are active in keeping women's lives healthy and keeping women's lives able to juggle the many responsibilities that we have. So let me then start by doing our fireside chat. As Lindy said, we are very sorry that Eleanor Sisulu, who is one of the foreword writers in the book, is unable to be with us. She called to say that she's had a bereavement in her family and she was not able to come and be with us. But having said that, she did send me something that she asked me to read out on her behalf. So I'll do that. But before doing that, let me introduce you to our esteemed Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, who is the forward writer in our book. Now, choosing both Phumzile and Eleanor was effortless for me. I have known both of them for a very long time. And they are two sisters who are almost similar in their passion, but very different in the careers that they've chosen for themselves. In Phumzile, we have a woman who has just completed leading the United Nations Women's Organization, UN Women, at a global level. Of course, Phumzile, we also know you as our former deputy president. And we remember how you led the country alongside President Mbeki at the time that you were our leader. You then took on UN Women and you've done miracles to it. And really through your own style of leadership, which is one that is inclusive, which is one that is collaborative, which is one that is intergenerational in the way that you brought all generations to the story about women's rights. And in the way in which you've included men to come in and be part of dealing with pandemic that we are dealing with in the world right now. And so I really appreciate the fact that amongst all your busy time, you have made time for us this afternoon, but you've also made time for us during the writing of the book, and that you are here to celebrate the launch of the book today. For all of you on the call, I do not really need to introduce you to Mam Phumzile because you all know her. And if you want to know more about her, there's masses and masses and masses of stuff to read about her. So thank you, Phumzi, at this time, as you finish your job at UN Women, for serving the world, the women in the world in the way that we have. It will be very difficult for anybody to follow in your footsteps, but we wish them well. Eleanor Sisulu is a writer, besides also being a feminist, who has contributed enormously to social justice in our country and in her own country, Zimbabwe. She wrote the autobiographies of Walter and Albertina Sisulu, her parents-in-law. And she also wrote a book for children because she believes that reading and writing, the strength of the pen is very powerful. And in writing her foreword in the book, she talks about how important it is, of course, to document our lives and our stories. And in the message that she has sent, she mentions this. So I will go straight to reading Eleanor's message before I have a chat with Phumzile. She writes, "I'm so sorry that I cannot be with you all this afternoon due to the tragedy that has befallen us. In times of bereavement, the urgency of writing is highlighted more than ever. I was going to talk about the heartbreak of COVID funerals that deny us the traditional rituals that we rely on for comfort. We have to deal with the pain of not attending the funerals of even the closest of friends. In these times, when we walk in the shadow of the valley of death, one of the most significant and often neglected aspects of the funeral ritual is the obituary and the funeral program. It is what is written that remains. I said often to you, Nozipho, that I really loved the funeral program that you and your sisters prepared for your dad's funeral. It was a booklet that captured so much of who he was, something you can pass on to your grandchildren. The importance of writing about our loved ones was brought home to me when, more than a decade ago, we had an unveiling of several members of the Sisulu family. As we went from grave to grave, my son Sandile, who was a teenager at the time, turned to me in confusion and said, "Who are all these people?" I was shaken by his question and realized that we focused on the tombstones, the invitations, the food, the flowers, and not what should have been the most important thing, the program for the day. That program should have featured the stories of the lives of the loved ones whose tombstones we were unveiling. One of the relatives whose graves we were visiting had died in 1996, and my son was born in 1996. So how would he know who this relative was unless we told him? While preparing for a biography writing workshop a long time ago, I came across the concept of life writing that appeared to me much more than biography writing. Biography is an intimidating word, and what I'm thinking of is life writing that encompasses writing obituaries, citations, or even just the speeches at significant events. These are all forms of life writing, and I wish we would pay more attention to them. Writing for publication is great, but writing for our own families and communities is one of the most important means of preventing erasure and ensuring intergenerational transfer of knowledge. Lest I end on a too somber note, I must return to the collection of women's writing that we are all celebrating today. It gave me such joy to read the contributions and write the foreword, which was incidentally extremely well edited. Congratulations to all those involved. You, Nozipho, for your wonderful leadership, the team that worked on various aspects of the publication, and all the writers. We are living in truly historic times, and your voices are significant. Warmest regard, Eleanor. So that was Eleanor's message to all of us today. I now turn to Phumzile. Welcome, Phumzi. Your foreword talks about the role that you've played in the world today, and also what you are leaving behind in respect of generation equality. In a sense, it's something that generation equality has almost culminated in the closing section of your stay, your 8-year presence at UN Women. Now, can I ask, how do you see the value of writing for the future, for a generation that we are all aspiring towards, one which is different from the one we have left or would like to leave behind? What role do you see as the role of writing in amongst all the other things that you are still going to do going forward? Please unmute.
Thank you, Nozipho, and good afternoon to everybody. It's wonderful to see you all at home. I also want to thank you for writing, for giving courage to the many other women who will write because of you. Thank you, Nozipho, for being the coordinator, for taking all the pain and the joys of coordinating this wonderful initiative and project. I think it is really wonderful to read the book where every story comes from a different person, gives you a different insight about a journey of the sisters. So thank you so much. You know, the 25th anniversary of the implementation of the Beijing Declaration was meant to highlight to us how far we have come and what we need to do to move forward. It was not shocking what we discovered after reviewing contributions of about 174 countries, that on average, progress, yes, some countries did very well, but the bulk of the countries, especially our countries, progress has been slow. The mold has been broken, but the progress has been slow, and the impact has been uneven. In some societies, women have benefited significantly from governments who have embraced gender equality and integrated it in their work. And in those countries, there are women who don't even know what you're talking about when you talk about gender equality. So when we came with looking at what we do after the 25 years, it was really to close those gaps, to also accelerate the pace of change, and to make sure that the implementation of the Beijing platform was much faster than it has been. And of course, the big issue now, which you know very well, of the lack of resources for implementing programs that benefit women. In most of our countries, there's usually about, at a government level, there's about 10% of the resources needed to implement a women's program. If you have a women's ministry, it is most likely to have 10% of the budget that it actually needs for the work it is expected to do. So we also wanted to challenge stakeholders about bringing forward the investments on the work. We recognize that governments cannot do this alone because they are the most prominent investors in gender equality. So we wanted to bring in a private sector. We wanted to bring in the big philanthropic organizations, you know, the Rockefellers, the Gates Foundation, the Ford Foundation. and of course keep the member states as well. And more than anything else, we wanted this to be co-created by all the stakeholders, including young people. In some ways, that has been the most exciting part of this journey, because this generation is probably going to be the one that is going to take us to 2030, hopefully with much changes, because the presence of technology makes them see things very different from us. Their demands are different. Their impatience is refreshingly radical. And as a result, they are bringing a lot of passion to the agenda. And I hope that reflects on what you have in the book. Many of the writers bring in their writing their sense of impatience about the future and the wanting it now element in that. Thank you, Nos.
Thank you, Phumzile. Thank you. Just one more question before we move on. When we wrote the book and we did the concept document, we wanted to celebrate three things. One was the fact that UN Women was 10 years old in 2020. The second was that it was the end of the African Decade for Women, which the African Union had adopted in 2010. And the third was, of course, the 25 years of Beijing. Now, one of our writers has been very deeply involved in looking back at the 10 years of what has happened on the African continent. Raina Tussaud, who is based in England at the moment, and she's actually putting together the report on what has happened on the African continent. Can you maybe share just three things that you think have happened in those 10 years, because they coincide in a way with your time at the UN, as well as the decade for African women?
The one thing that I am personally proud of in these 10 years has been the push for member states to accept that women's rights are human rights and human rights are women's rights, and that all of these rights of women have to be reflected in law.
Right.
And therefore, we have gone around the world pushing the countries to remove discriminatory laws. The laws have been mostly laws that have to do with violence against women, economic well-being, inheritance, which kills women after their partner has died, because then they lose everything. Custody of children has been a big issue as well, and property ownership.
Right.
We have been able to move a lot in that, and that has just opened a lot of space for women to move forward. We are struggling in countries where there is intense religious authority and faith-based authority and religious leadership. This is what my successor will have to take forward, but we've really removed a lot of the bad laws. So that is one. The second has been, for me, the broadening of the stakeholders who stand for gender equality. I mean, starting with the most obvious, the men, who had nothing to do with gender equality. For most of the time, we've all been activists. We gave them responsibility and permission to do the right thing, not because they're doing us a favor, because it is their responsibility to make society better. So we went to engage all across sports, media, etc. We are not done, but we have broadened the space of participants, the space for participants in the struggle, so that it is as diverse as possible. And then thirdly, the leadership of women. We are not where we should be. In fact, if you just summarize, women are 25% represented in bodies of governments, especially in the public service. This is not parity. Parity is 50.
Yeah.
We moved in these last 10 years by 10%. So we need to finish this now and get to 50%. We know what it takes to move. It takes quotas, it takes targets, it takes a lot of talking to the people who you don't agree with. So I have also been very proud of just the push that we've made on representation, and say to all of you, let's not be discouraged. Let's keep on pushing. It's moving slow, and let's make sure that we don't pull back and end up again, having less rather than more women in leadership.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you, Phumzile, for that. It's very, very helpful. And what we see in the stories, ladies and gentlemen who are watching this, is that whilst our executive director has talked about what's happening at a societal, at a global level, each of the stories is a subjective experience of that, really. And so the link between the objective and the subjective beautifully come together in all the stories that we read about in the book. And therefore, we hope that the push for gender equality, and particularly between now and 2030, and the stories will also help to give individual women the courage to continue to really struggle for justice, not just for women, but for all women, because we also believe that if we get it right for women, we will actually get it right for everybody. Yeah. So thank you very, very much, Phumzile.
Thank you.
And of course, you're going to remain part of our network, the Women's Rights Network, because the whole idea is to continue with the writing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks, Miss.
Thanks. Can we give her a hand, please? Thank you very much, Phumzile.
Thank you.
Yes. So we move on because we have time constraints as usual. And the next thing that we'd like to do is to share one of the stories for you. Now, we were very lucky because and through Sabrina, who's been my right-hand person, really, Michiri from Kenya. Sabrina and I haven't set eyes on each other. We've just been working online for the duration of the time that we've done this book together. And she came up with a wonderful idea of why do we not have two of our stories done in monologue form, where we identify an actor or two to actually tell the story. If you read the story, it will take you about 20 minutes to read the story. But these short monologues are just, will take 10 minutes. And the idea is just to give you a flavor of the kind of stories that you will find in the book. But this time it's acted by an actress and tells you, does a synopsis of the story. So I think Womanomics is going to play the video.
Hi, Kabale. Please confirm that this is your email address. I read the email on my phone, but my mind was on a goat that was persistently threatening to break free from a makeshift pen. Goats don't take instruction well. They have minds of their own. Come to think of it, that's probably what my father thought about me. A girl, heaven forbid, with a mind of her own, constantly breaking away from the constricts of expectation imposed on her by her patriarchal community. But I'm so glad that I eventually did. Why would anyone at the White House want my email address? President Barack Obama would like to send you a letter. Sir, we do not have permanent physical addresses here. We are from Toby, Marsabit County, in the middle. Gone tomorrow. If we walk too far in one direction, we may find ourselves in Ethiopia. It is semi-desert, so we move follow our goats and our sheep and our camels in search of pasture and water. But fine, send it to the offices of the town clerk. That address is permanent. But it wasn't a prank email. The man was not crazy. He was from the White House and writing on behalf of the president, who me alerted town in Marsabit County. My American friends, God bless them. It's according to how many traffic lights it has. Well, Toby has no traffic lights because there are no vehicles. There's not even a shop or a pharmacy or a supermarket, a bank. And if anybody did get sick, well then my grandmother or one of my 3 mothers would know exactly what herbs to use. No, I didn't make a mistake when I said 3 mothers. My parents, who hail from the Gerber tribe, are very traditional. Not as in Christian or Muslim, but polygamous. Polygamy is allowed, it is actually encouraged. And my father married 3 wives. My mother was his first wife, and I, her 9th and youngest daughter. My other mum's 10 children were treated exactly the same as us. And my second mum would help my mum with the chores. Each knew their role and would support each other. She took over my chores too, which freed me to stay in 19 children who went to school. Maybe those are the benefits of being the last born. When I got my menstrual cycle, I thought I was dying. I cried to my second mum. She told me I was now becoming a woman and I should be proud of that fact. And I would have been, but I had to miss school and I loved school so much. The boys in my class, of course, were thrilled. They thought that by missing so many classes, I would fall behind and show them up for being less intelligent than a girl. But their hopes were dashed when I turned out to be the top performer in the whole district. I remember once, in Standard 7, my teacher looked me in the eye and he said, "Why do you work so hard?" I told him it's my goal to make it to high school. He then smiled, indulgently by the way, and said, "I hope you do get to realize your dreams." Unbeknown to me, I had been betrothed and my wedding planned. But my brother and my teacher saved me from a fate worse than death in my fertile imagination. Whew, my dad was very upset, but my brother prevailed. I went on to high school and gained admission to Kenya Methodist University in Meru. I chose to study nursing because I wanted to help the people in my community. I finished the first and the second semesters and then I ran out of money. Luckily, my community came together to raise funds for my education. My beloved older brother agreed to organize a fundraiser. The fundraiser was around the corner and I was so excited. I knew he would make it happen because he said to me, "Even if I have to sell my socks, I will educate you." On the 28th of September 2010, instead of a call from him telling me about his first day guarding Kenya's near royalty, I got a call telling me that he had been killed in an attempted robbery. I was completely heartbroken. My cheerleader, my mentor was gone. The Kenyan Air Force graciously offered to fly his body home. At the funeral, I was surprised to see the assistant minister, whose safety and security my brother had died for. me to one side and told me she would be forever grateful to him for taking a bullet for her. She wanted to offer a token of gratitude for his act of bravery. She offered to pay for the rest of my tuition fees for my bachelor's degree in nursing. She paid for my books, for my stationery, for my hostel costs, all my living expenses. And from her, I learned that true leaders keep to their word. So too did my brother. In 2013, there was a beauty contest for Miss Tourism Kenya. I won at County. And Miss was seen as one rank above prostitution. Modeling was just simply unacceptable. Who would want to marry a woman who'd exposed herself in public? Anyway, for me, it was about furthering the cause of my people. I knew with my titles, I would be able to trade on the notoriety I had gained. After that, I never modeled again. I was too busy dealing with the challenges in my hometown and studying for my master's degree. After I settled at home, I started a project called Panties and Pads, PAPA. My goal was to ensure that young girls didn't miss out on school because of a lack of sanitary pads like I had to. I did not wish to see young women shamed by something so central to their womanhood. After I handed over the crowns back to the incoming queens, I started the Kabale Duba Foundation to empower the young girl in every aspect of her life. These seemingly little things that I was doing caught the attention of several Kenyans, among them the founder of Fly Sister Fly. I remember one time, she gave me a box of 100 pads. And from that, I learned about the power of collaboration and networking. In 2016, I attended the Mandela Washington Fellowship for Young African Leaders, initiated by President Barack Obama, whom I applaud for empowering women. I wanted to thank him personally, so I went to the website of the White House and I left him a message. A month later, I stood, among other young leaders, inside the White House. The president wanted to thank the young leaders who were making a difference in their communities. I was singled out for special mention and my bio read out loud by the first secretary. I had focused on and built a school, and now I plan to build a recreational facility and a library. I advocate keeping girls in school and also against harmful cultural practices such as female genital mutilation and the young marriages that I narrowly survived. In 2017, I did get married. And in the same month that I married, I received. This I had written to President Barack Obama, but I never thought I would receive a personal response. Dear Kabale, thank you for your message last summer. I am happy about what you are doing. Congratulations for making it to this level. Michelle and I are doing a lot of work on female empowerment, like education. I cannot wait to see what other great things you will do in this life. My name is Kabale Duba, and this is my story.
Thank you. Thank you, Mandy, as well, for doing such a great job of Kabale's story. We will move on, and before we move on, I just realized, that I did not properly introduce Lindy, who did the opening for us, and I just want to give you a little bit more information about Lindy. Lindiwe Ndebele Koka, who opened for us, is also our family spiritual guide. And she was the director in the National Department of Sports, Arts and Culture here in South Africa. and she spearheaded the establishment of the National Film and Video Foundation and many other strategic initiatives, including the Mzansi Golden Economy Strategy for the growth of the creative industries. Lindy is passionate about creating opportunities, especially for young artists. She served and led many panels and task teams to drive the creative industries. Lindy believes that the arts have the ability to attain a balance in the socioeconomic, educational imperative, spiritual, and artistic expression. Now, in the book, we have got short little resumes of all our writers, and some of them are not necessarily, you know, when you do these things, you have to do so much editing, and some of them are not properly represented. So I just want to put that up front. But as I say, or any one of us can also look up the writers, you know, on the internet to get a more up-to-date version of their biographies. But we wish to thank Lindy again for opening for us. And we are now going to have Fatu Wuri, who is going to lead the discussion on women's leadership with her panel members. Fatu is a social justice advocate who currently is consulting on innovative solutions for gender equality at UNICEF. She's also a writer, a public speaker, and a founder of the Survivor Dream Project. This local nonprofit organization provides support to women and youth survivors of trauma in Sierra Leone, and Fatu is from Sierra Leone. The book has got from 55 stories in the book, and the women that you see in the book will be from 23 countries across our continent. We tried to get every region represented in the book, but of course, if we had to put every country in, it would be twice as long as it is currently. So without further ado, I will hand over to Fatu, who will be the moderator for her panel, and she will manage it in the way she has planned. Fatu, welcome.
Thank you so much, Nozifo. Thank you for having me today. I'm just encouraging anyone that has their mic on to please mute.
Thank you.
Can everyone please mute their mic?
Zone.
Okay, thank you so much. Listen, in the world of technology and life and juggling and everything, this is very natural and cause for part. My name is Fatu Wuri, and I am deeply, deeply honored, and I feel so privileged to be moderating this next panel on African women in leadership. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, from wherever you're joining. This is such an exciting day. I had to take a moment, and I hope we're all basking in this. I know that we are, but if you're watching us, please just take a moment and really acknowledge how magical it is to have African women gather. Our stories, our voices, our power. And every time that happens for me, it's absolute magic. So moments like this often require a beat, thanking the heavens, and then we continue. This panel, of course, I have the extreme privilege of having 4 panelists here who are also writers and contributors to this anthology. So for the next 30 minutes or so, this could go on for many hours on its own. We will have a conversation with them and get to know these powerful, powerful women that I, even though I'm a contributor to Write to Speak, I'm in complete awe of. Leadership and African women's leadership, to unpack that, to understand that. In a world today where we're constantly, consumed and monetizing how we think about influencers and thinking about leadership, what that means in our local context, the grit, the strength, and the reflections and the connectivity across all these stories, I hope will come out in this discussion. So what we'll do is have each panelist introduce themselves very briefly, and then I have some questions for them to really unpack their stories a little bit more. And then we will hand one question for all of them to answer to really leave us with a take-home message or key lessons that we can walk away with. And hopefully if we have some questions from you and we have some time, we'll be able to answer that. So without further ado, may I please start with Tambi. Please introduce yourself briefly.
Okay, my name is Muditambi Ravere, and I know she's saying Tambi because of she can't pronounce the full name.
True.
I'm a sports administrator and serve in different boards, of which I won't go through all of them. But one of the top ones that possibly I could link is Brand South Africa and also Cricket South Africa. I am also involved in the foundation, Women and Sport Foundation, which it's actually an organization that advocates for women and empowerment of women. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will stick with Tambi. And thank you for for making sure that it is correctly stated. And Kuseli, are you on? Over to you.
Thank you so much and good afternoon, ladies. My name is Gusile Ntunzi Hairuwadzi. I am, with the help of Sis Nozi, I would like to claim fame to say I am now a writer. So, and thank you, ladies, for allowing us to join this panel because I know I've got a panel of powerful women. I head up the MTN SA Foundation currently, and believe it or not, I'll retire at the end of this year. But I've had a good journey with the organization.
Thank you, Guseli. And when you say retiring, I'm saying really Black does not crack. What do you mean retiring? I'm sure that you were going to go on to more, to even more heights. It's lovely to see you. Over to you, Ria.
Hi, everybody on the panel. My name is Ria Lidwaba. I am a businesswoman in the air conditioning business. I'm a supplier in the SADC region, the only supplier, Black supplier in the SADC region. I have a foundation called Ria Lidwaba Foundation, looking into number of things, gender-based violence, identifying talent in the rural area, and I'm currently the Vice President of South African Football Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Ria. I cannot wait to talk more about your story. And over to you, last but certainly not least, Dawn.
Well, everybody, thank you very much for just being here. I'm very happy to introduce myself and very proud to say that Nozipo is my little sister. So when the sisterhood thing becomes, something we need to talk about, I claim full rights to it. In fact, just to make it a little bit funnier, as we grew up, and I won't take a lot of time, but as we grew up, I was the one that used to be the avid reader in the family. You could not get me to stop reading. And the assumption, therefore, was that I would be the first one to pick up the pen and write it, but she completely beat me to it. And I applaud her for doing so because she's also giving me courage to actually do what I've been planning to do for a long time, but never really got down to it. So she deserves to be Lindy's fifth candle in Lindy's introductory remarks right at the beginning of the session. But very briefly, my life, but the bulk of my life has really been in the corporate sector, in the business sector, where I've served in mining, in hospitality, retail, insurance, ICT, energy, the auto industries. And I've also had the privilege of working with multinational companies, Engine based in Malaysia, Ford Motor Company, which is based in the United States, as we all know. And of course, I am chairman of a company called Westhuizen Platinum, which is based really in China. So I've had quite a lot of experience in terms of both my role as a women leader in the country, but also in multinational organizations. I'll leave that much. If you want to know more, just read the book.
I love the plug. Exactly. Let's get those sales going. But I'll start with you, Dawn, because the beauty of this book is how intergenerational it is, how layered it is in terms of the breadth of experiences across different cultures, age groups, and industries. Your book is, the title of your book is A New Dawn. How fitting for your name, but not only in terms of your name, Dawn, the way in which your work really is part of ushering a new dawn in a new age in how we think about equality, diversity, and inclusion. And those are your words in your story. What really struck me about your story is what it meant for you at a very young age to recognize that as a Black woman, you were the first in many things. From apartheid South Africa to all these multinational and bilateral and international companies and organizations you've worked in. I think a lot of Black women in particular can relate to that. I personally can, as a Black woman trying to move within these very diverse organizations where I can be silenced and excluded. How do you think about leadership? Because for the most part, you were often in leadership positions as the only one. And so if you could just walk us through a bit of that journey and what it means to navigate leadership, to get there and then to stay there as a Black woman, not only in South Africa, but across global spaces.
Oh, that's a difficult one, but I'll try and remember. And I'll say to people, please just read the book. But I think the first aspiration really came out of the fact that I was born during the deep apartheid days in 1948. And it so happens that 1948 was the year that apartheid was actually formally legislated and it became the law of the country. So I happened to be born on that, fateful year. But having said so, I don't regret that. It shouldn't sound as if I'm regretting that. And so our parents basically they played their lives in the struggle for change by giving us the opportunity. And when I talk about us, I'm talking about me and both my sisters, Nozipho and Thandiwe. And really physically, in the best way they possibly could think of, was to try and give us the best quality education that was possible, given the fact that they were both school teachers and they were not making a lot of money. And that basis, and the fact that both of them were both school teachers, but very strong, we also had an amazing woman as a mother. So her role as a woman leader in very many organizations, which, as I say, if you read what I've written and what Tandy has written, the story comes through very clearly. And I think both of them, but particularly Mummy, played a very important role and she happened to be one of 4 sisters as well. So they played a very important role in saying to us as women, we're going to have to find a way in which our presence in the world means something. Doesn't it? It stands for a lot, and the world is not going to dish anything on your plate if you don't work very hard for it, particularly if you're a woman. So with that kind of background, I think one of the first lessons for me was what I'd learned again from our parents and Mom particularly, that said, whatever you do, whether you go to school or whether you go, you travel, whether you start your first job, whether you start your first opportunity sitting in the boardroom, you have a right to bring all of yourself to that environment. Don't leave part of you at home. And part of what we've all had to battle with as women, having read all of the stories, is that you feel very often, because of the pressure of exclusion, that there are some of you and there are parts of you that are not acceptable, whether it's just bias, whether it's racism, exclusion for whatever reason, cultural exclusion. And for me, this also applies across the board, because I include all these epithets. They've applied both to local South African and the international global companies that I've had to play a role in, where almost by osmosis, you walk into the room and you find yourself in a position where you have to fit in. And the thing about it that that really bothered me was, how do you fit in without losing your integrity? How do you fit in without losing the values, the nurturing that you are as a woman, the sympathy, the empathy that you have for humanity around you? And that included the people that were keeping us out. I mean, I'm talking not just white, I'm talking about everybody that was not comfortable with having a woman in the boardroom, for that matter. And often because you felt angry and you felt you had to fight your own anger, for me in any case, and find a way in which, through influence, through understanding where they were rather than where I was, one could begin to start partnerships and get to know them a little bit more than I would have normally have taken the time to know them, so that we could potentially begin to find common ground around which we could start developing working relationships within organizations. It sounds like a very small thing. It takes a lot out of you because it's that, you know, that we are all humans. You get very angry, you get extremely you feel degraded as a human being, but you've got to force yourself to find another way of embracing others, including the people that are discriminating or letting you off assuming that you don't have the same skills that they have, purely because you happen to be a woman, and a Black woman at that. So in conclusion, because I know time flies very quickly, and later on, if there's an opportunity for questions, obviously we'll welcome them. But in conclusion, the point I really feel very, very strongly about with women is, when we face these challenges, we have to do it in a manner that, and I've said this before, but I'm repeating it for emphasis, that where you don't lose who you are, where you can even begin to honor who you are, because you are here for a different thing. We are physiologically built, we are biologically built, because we have to make sure that the next generation exists. And because that is so important, we cannot simply willy-nilly, give in and walk away and live in anger and in despair, because our life has been, our life has been kind of blended and made, such that we never really feel whole. So that wholeness in success, that wholeness in climbing the ladder, in remembering that you've got to continue to remain, whether you're a mother at home, whether you're a gogo looking after your grandchildren, whether you're a chairman of a board in a company, whether the company is based in Beijing or in the United States, the fact of the matter is that your role must be very clear in your head, and you'll find ways within yourself that may even surprise you in how you can sustain and succeed in spite of what the world seems to present to you. I think I'll stop there because I'm very conscious of time. But I think that gives us a little bit of a taste of my experience during this very long journey. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Dawn. Because you are, therefore we will be. There are so many nuggets in this short period of time. And so, to use your words, get the book, because it's the part of that book is sitting at the feet of wisdom and lessons, and really soaking that in. So thank you for that. Ria, I'm going to zoom to you, and I enjoyed reading your story, because in my head here I had the visual of this person that loved a game so much that she studied it so well that you could not challenge her on what she knew, despite everything. I mean, the way that perseverance, that grit, that commitment to understanding and therefore changing was so clear across your story. So tell us a little bit about what that experience was like, and how that really created a pathway for you to be a leader in that field and to shape the field for other women in your country.
Fatu, a very exciting journey and a challenging journey too. But I think I would agree with the last speaker that it's understanding who you are, and believing in yourself. I was in an industry of men only, sometimes we still have challenges when we are in an industry of women, but I was in an industry where I'm probably the only woman in that sphere. You have a Congress of 500 men, you are the only woman there, and you have to stand up and speak. So I think it's the principle of believing who you are and also trusting in your dream. Because I had this dream that and basically it's because maybe I was born in a family of boys only, and probably because they all played football, that's where my love for football began. But it is a dream that I followed. I followed that dream to the latter. There were many women saying, what is this woman trying to do in a men's world? And like I say in the book, it's never complete without a woman, that men's world. So I took it upon myself to learn the book, to learn, because in football you have the rules and regulations. You work by the constitution. There are things that you can't do in football. So the power of knowledge, knowing, understanding the rules of football. That's what I learned from the beginning. And I stood by the book. Every time I did something, I will stick by the book. Whether I'm in the boardroom, I will be able to be firm because of the book that I have. So it was not an easy journey. The viewers out there will read in the chapter where I even had to lose my life. I was to lose my life at one point where I thought it's all over. There's nothing I could do about it. And not necessarily that I did something wrong. I was just in a game of football, and the game of football, you have got a referee. When the team doesn't win, people think there's somebody who has influence. So I found myself in that situation, but I stood firm. And I think I stood firm because I believe the next generation must be able to find the ground leveled in football, because there are very few women now. They are coming up women because probably they've seen some of the women leaders in sports, and they want to follow suit. So I think it's important for the viewers out there to read this book, and get the stories of women that have written in this Right to Speak book. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Ria. And just to clarify, when I say the love of the game, this was, when you introduced yourself, you aptly said, you're leading a nonprofit, but for many years, you worked in sports, which is a male-dominated field. And just coming off what what Don said and what you're saying, Ria, we begin to connect the dots, right? As Black and as women, working for Don, multinational sectors, mining company, you, Ria, working in sports and working in football. And the barriers, the structural, systematic, and cultural barriers that you have to overcome to be able to really influence. One is really learning the game, learning the rules to be able to shape them and make them more inclusive. So really, thank you for that. And just as I before I go to the next speaker, I really I was thinking about Sierra Leone. I'm from Sierra Leone, as we started off, and the first woman to ever lead our football team, Aisha Tijan Cole, goes back to your story, Ria, wherein it wasn't just the gendered barriers to be in such a male-dominated field. She was also physically unsafe because of the roles that she held. So there's so many layers to this. Guzile, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. Your story is so lovely. I love your quote where you say, success loves preparation. Coming from Ria about studying the game, preparation is key. And I really appreciate how much your story has so much joy in it. Love for your field, what you've done at MTN, really thinking about innovation, and then responsibility and accountability to serve when given the opportunity to be a leader. So can you speak a little bit more about how you've gone about leading in your field and what you feel is really important in terms of leadership principles? Over to you.
Thank you so much. I think one of the key principles I live by is that I have a purpose in life. And one of the things I really do well is try and identify at each given scenario, what is my script, what is my purpose within the ambits of what I'm meant to deliver. And then as I've lived, I've learned to understand that as a leader, the key thing one has to do is to make sure that you empower others for success. So for me, empowerment is a very successful tool to use for any individual if you choose to. And then organizations and leaders must develop self-leaders in their workforce. And this really takes a skill of saying, train your people to be self-leaders. And then self-leaders are people that are able to solve problems, to make decisions, are empowered to do those things. And when you do that well, you'll find that your organization becomes a successful organization. John Maxwell has a book called The 4 Pillars of Leadership, and this summarizes 3 key elements. The one element is says believe in others before they believe in you. So if you try and believe in people around you, you'll find the great in them and grow that great in them and make sure that they are stars in what they do. And it says serve others before they serve you. I think that is one of the key things I think a good leader should do. You need to serve other people so that they can serve you well. I've learned to understand that when you lead people, manage them well, they will manage the things that you need to manage yourself and make sure that you are successful. And the other key value that I live by is add value to others before they add value to you. Because for me, what it means, it says that when you increase people's worth, they will increase your worth too. They will start to realize your worth. And there's no key element in life than increasing someone's worth, because then you are bringing joy and happiness to them. And because I thrive in seeing happy people. I thrive in making sure that the environment that I'm around is a happy environment. Everywhere I go, I like to see happiness. And because I think we all aspire to be happy. And leadership is one of the things that can enable you to make other people be happy. Why not use it to your advantage as well? Because in the end, you'll also be happy.
Fantastic. Yes.
I love that because, it goes to, to Dawn's point when she said, it's easy to be angry and it's easy to be frustrated because exclusion and all these things that we face, it hurts and it's easy to carry that. But what I'm hearing is you people are saying we have to transcend that, because joy is the highest form of resistance. And in the book, you really, people get this book. In the book, actually, because how you write it, you said something that I still haven't been able to actually understand, because for a long time, the source of my power was anger. I was angry and there was a sense of urgency. But you said something, you said, reflect people's value so that they can see the value in you. So I'm like, how do you begin to even do that? And the level of one's humanity and the breadth of one's humanity to be able to do that is incredible. And truly magical human beings can get to that level. So thank you for sharing that. Your story truly is joyful. It is such a fun story. All right. I'm gonna go down to, certainly not least, Tambi. Looking fabulous. And we're going back to you and Ria share something. You both work in the sports field. I loved reading your story because you got me hooked on Billie Jean King, which sounds like a Michael Jackson song, but I'm like, who is this Billie Jean King? And I had to Google Billie Jean King, right? And this Billie Jean King, representation matters, really plants the seed in you. And then you go off in your career with this intense commitment to ensuring that you have more Billie Jean Kings in all aspects of sports. So with you, you work at a very policy and structural level, and the politics around inclusion in sports. Can you speak to that and what that means in terms of leadership and the ways in which we can really shift systems for everyone?
Let me start talking about Billie Jean King and how she made me to believe that as a woman, if you want to do it and you focus on it, you can do it. And that one, for those people possibly who might be listening, who might not follow the story of Billie Jean King, she's a woman who plays tennis and who was challenging a man who thought she won't win. And she went and played with that man and win. And today, Billie Jean King, it's a top guy, a lady in sports in the world. But what I learned from her was, to me, that you can do whatever you want to do. And because of when I grew up, there were very few, actually, there were no women who were leading sports in my environment. And I wanted one day to be a leader in sport who would open opportunities for other women. In my book, possibly you should go and read the book because of the chapter. It says leveling the playing field. And the theme throughout the book, it goes around tennis, but explaining leadership in different stages of my journey. But what I learned was to say, I would try by all means in wherever I go to challenge policies, to open opportunities for women to participate in sport. And we have done that. And in the book, you will be able to see those areas. But also I was looking at the issue of saying, when you move in, open the door for other women to come up. And that's why today I'm actually running a foundation, and that foundation it's covering issues like advocacy, training future leaders, and we've trained a lot of leaders. Some of them are linked here, are listening. We do mentorship because we realize that if women are not empowered, they might go to those boards and sit there and not talk and not challenge issues. So we actually try to empower them to be able to be best leaders as we sponsor them in putting them in other positions, because of one of the issues that we do also is to open doors in other organizations for those women. I hope I will leave it there because I want them to read the book.
Thank you so much. I know that everyone, Sabrina keeps telling me we're completely out of time, but I am just going to stretch our non-existent time by 3 minutes and just ask each panelist to, in one sentence or shorter, what is the one message you'd like to leave with everyone? So perhaps I'll start from the beginning. Dawn, one message, one way you would like to share.
Thank you very much. And it's actually, when I finished speaking, I thought I should have said that, I should have started this. And that for me was demonstrated in one of the organizations, one of the multinational organizations that I work in, where 2 women, 1 Black and one white, same qualifications, same experience, were both promoted. The decision was taken by, in fact, was not even taken by the full board. The decision had been taken that they should be promoted into board positions in the company. And for me, what struck me, and when I talk about where we've got to stand up for each other in real time, the white woman stood up and said, I respect Gloria. I'm giving her a name. I respect Gloria because, quite frankly, she's been a mentor to me. And had it not been for her, I would not have been in this organization. So as a matter of principle, if she is not good enough, then you men are raising all kinds of issues about lack of experience and a whole list of other things, then I'm willing to submit my resignation now. I will not accept my promotion and I will be out of here. And for me, that's the lesson. Stand up for each other in real time. If one woman is treated badly and discriminated against, all of us have to realize how important it is. And we cannot stand by and watch that happen without us taking the ultimate responsibility for doing the right thing. And it may not apply equally to everybody, but I'm saying where one is able to do that, I really took off my hat to this white woman who said, I am out of it. To cut the long story short, nobody knew this was discussed in the board meeting. And when the announcement was made, the Black woman who would otherwise not have been appointed was appointed to the board. And
amazing.
That for me was amazing. That's my fun. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Stand up for each other in real time. Ria?
Right to Speak. It's a book to read for all girls out there. Read the book. There are so many lessons in these 54 chapters of the book. You have to get the book and read it. In my lifetime, I want to see the next generation only talking about the power of leaders, not the power of women leaders. I would want to see that with the next generation. Thank you.
Ooh, got goosebumps. Thank you for that. Guzile?
So my one powerful lesson I would like to leave with the team is that leaders build leaders. That is why it is important to be the wind underneath someone else's kite, because then you are lifting the tempo for the next woman to be a better leader.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And Tambi.
One thing that I would want to leave with, especially young people out there, it's for them to brighten the corner where they are. We brightened our corners, and there are more candles coming over, flowing over. And if they could do the same, I think we would have more female leaders in our countries to take any position of power. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And from the panel on women in leadership and the power of leadership, thank you so much for joining us. This has been incredibly inspiring. And over to the moderator. Thank you. To Nozifo.
Yes.
Sabrina?
Yes. Thank you, Fatu, and for being the perfect moderator, and your team for all the invaluable lessons and sharing of their lives to a very big audience out there. Apparently, it's also being shown on YouTube. So although it may not look as if that we are a big group on this platform, it's being streamed everywhere, and we hope that as many people on it are listening very carefully. So thank you for your amazing moderation of this team and this panel, and all the best to you. And we keep, of course, you are one of us. So now our next session on our program is going to be a poem that has been written and will be delivered by the author, Siki Dlanga. Siki, I must just tell you a little bit about her because she's also written the poem in the book. She's a South African author and a poet, and she's written an anthology, her own one, called Word of Worth. She's a columnist and a creative activist, and she leads Freedom Mantle, which is a Christian initiative that supports emerging leaders to shape a new South African narrative. She also worked with the Roads Must Fall and the Fees Must Fall campaign through intergenerational mentorship. Now, just a little bit, let me tell you how Siki and I met. Siki and I met rather serendipitously at an event that was held here in Johannesburg by the Archbishop of Cape Town. And it was about looking at the future of South Africa and seeing, what young people can do to add their own value to shaping the future of our country. It is funny how life works, really, because Siki and I saw each other. We'd never seen each other before, and we ended up sitting around the dinner table together, and I got to know what Siki's real desires were in life. Anyway, long story short, she went to New York. She crowdfunded to go to New York to the university. No, she went to Washington, to the American University in Washington, where she studied for a master's degree in communications. And that's what she does now. She's a communications expert. And I regard Siki as my mentee because we kind of took off from there. So Siki, please read us your wonderful poem that our viewers can read in the book. And thank you so much for agreeing to do this. It was really, I'm so happy that you agreed to do this and share your poem with us.
Thank you, Mom Rose. Thank you. I acknowledge everybody here. Thank you so much. Such an honor. You are an African woman. Stand tall. You are Lillian Ngoyi, the rock on which freedom stands. You are Wangari Maathai. You are unbowed. You are Alekwe. Your beauty defies the injustices of war. You are Danai Gurira. You stand on the world stage and set it alight, making every African girl visible. Yes, audible. You are Miriam Makeba. You have the ear of presidents. Your songs strike terror in the hearts of unjust governments. Queens of Kush, queens of Egypt, Shibtu, you restore rooms and make things more beautiful than before. You are the warrior Queen Zinga. Your people will not be enslaved while you are queen. With your wits, you outsmart all the mighty armies. You are history shifting visionary. You are Mandela's mother. You are an African woman. Your name is a horn. Rise up to the sounds of clouds of witnesses. Hear the thundering applause. Get up. Go on. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you very much, Siki. Thank you very much, and we wish you all the best in your writing activities, and of course, you know, she remains one of our youngest members on the Rights to Speak network. So our next panel is a panel on health and wellness, because the issue of health is particularly pertinent during this time as we all struggle to keep healthy during this pandemic. But our health also extends to the pandemic of gender-based violence, because what has been reported in our country and the world at the moment is that it's not just our physical health that has been compromised by this pandemic, but also our mental health of just dealing with it. So even as we are affected by the virus as women and men, we feel the physical aspects of the virus in our bodies, but then we also feel the emotional and psychological aspects of this virus. And so the women on this panel are women who are working in the field of healing and restoring our health and our mental health, which is often a taboo in our society to talk about how this virus has affected us mentally. And the person who is going to lead and moderate the discussion is none other than Professor Dr. Lucy Muchiri, who hails from Ghana, and she will introduce her panel with you. Let me just read you a little bit about Lucy, so that you know who she is. So Dr. Lucy Muchiri is an associate professor of human pathology at the University of Nairobi School of Medicine, and she has extensive teaching and academic publishing experience. Her work in improving cancer diagnosis in Kenya has been shared across East Africa and informs policy in cancer programs across the continent. She loves writing and reading. And just as an addition, Lucy assisted us with the editing of this book to make sure, you know, at the end we needed some quality control, and Professor Lucy was, and Sabrina, her daughter, both assisted in making the quality of the book what it is right now. So Over to you, Professor, with your large panel. We said that because you're the largest panel, because you're speaking about the real impact of the current health situation in our world, we would give you a little bit more time because your panel is a bit larger. So over to you, ma'am, and all the best.
Thank you, Nozi. Thank you so much. It's a real privilege to be not only chairing and moderating this panel, but to have been a part of the journey of your putting together all these amazing women from around Africa. It's really been a privilege and a learning process for me. And I enjoyed reading every one of those stories as they were writing and helping put this book together. Truly a privilege for me. Yes, I have a large panel, and this is because health is so central to who we are as individuals, as women, as custodians of our family's health, as well as our communities. So I'll briefly introduce each of our panelists and then engage in a sort of question and answer, and then we get to know them a little more. Thank you, Nozi, for giving us a little bit more time to explore the issue of health, women, and wellness. So my first panelist is Michelle Festas, who is a gender coordinator. Actually, that was her first job as a gender coordinator in the National Land Committee in South Africa. She describes herself as an activist, a feminist for land rights for women, and is a Tai Chi practitioner and instructor. Michelle, you suffered great personal loss when you were growing up. In fact, your mother died when you were barely, not even 3 years old. And thereafter, you lost your grandmother, you lost your brother, and you suffered greatly, including mental health. But you went on to learn and train and use Tai Chi to heal yourself and others. Can you briefly tell us about that, Michelle?
Thank you very much, Professor Mochiri, and thank you for the panel for inviting me. Yes, and the loss that I suffered because of death, I didn't really realize the impact and the trauma that it had on my life, particularly because the early losses was, when I was still an infant, the first time when I lost my mother at the age of 2 years and 10 months. And then my grandfather, when I was 5, the two of us together in a shop, and he had a massive heart attack. And then being separated from my grandmother at a later age. And then I think the most severe impact in terms of my memory was the loss of my brother to suicide. And those were, the later years especially were very debilitating for me. I struggled. I was initially diagnosed with depression and after that bipolar disorder. But I had started Tai Chi and Qigong as a student at UCT. I didn't initially realize that, how this would help me in my healing, because I started out just trying to improve my posture. And I had severe backache because of scoliosis, which is like a curvature at the bottom of my spine. And it was only really until I started working with clients, particularly Sister Belinda Westcott, who was in remission from cancer. And at the time, while I was working with her, I had still episodes of depression. And when I shared this with her, she was shocked because she said, but you show up every day for me. And where do you get the energy and the strength? And it's only then that I realized that I actually have an inner resource. And as I started with this commitment to practice daily, with Tai Chi and Qigong, I realized that my spirits were lifted. I felt more energized, and generally a good sense of self-esteem. I believe that Tai Chi was critical in my own healing journey. And that is what I use to, not just feel better, but also to work at preserving my energies and being conscious of what I give out into the world, because often we give and continue to give until we don't have any more to give. And that's what happened to me, even, as an activist, because we have many different conceptions of what the world demands of us. And then, of course, our own expectations that go hand in hand with that often. Yeah.
Fantastic. Michelle, you say in your story, you have healed yourself in a sense through Tai Chi. And then you got into the field of helping others, and particularly young women, deal with gender-based violence, which can be so debilitating in mental health. Can you expand on this, how your skills in Tai Chi as an instructor, as a practitioner, have helped other women overcome gender-based violence and the trauma of that?
Yes, it was actually, I started doing that work while I was the gender coordinator at ActionAid South Africa. And I knew I couldn't teach full-time because my job required a lot of traveling. But I continued, to train with at least 3 students. And in every workshop, community meeting, conferences, I used Tai Chi, and I realized the impact that it had, particularly in the work with young girls and women. And I know we often encourage young women to speak out about violence, but I've also learned that sometimes it's just not possible for some people. And some people, some women who have experienced violence would never be able to speak about that. And what I saw then, that with Tai Chi, the women were able to connect with their feelings inside, like I was, with the trauma, with the pain, with the fear, without suppressing those emotions, because it's often when we suppress those emotions that we experience depression or anxiety. And through the exercises, very slow, gentle movements, they're also able to release some of the fears and anxieties and get in touch. It also increased their self-esteem. So getting to a sense when you do something and you feel good about yourself, I think that changes, the way in which you look at yourself, the way in which you start seeing positivity instead of being overwhelmed by your negative feelings and realizing that's just a part of it, But at the same time, not discarding, darkness and negativity, because we work with yin and yang, which is that we are whole beings and we are both the light and the darkness, and to embrace that. And this is a practice that enables people to do that. It also is important because one can become less dependent on external forces and people. And really, I think what I've been able to do is to assist people to find that inner strength, that inner resource, a resource that is sustainable for them, for their own health, for their own healing. And when one can heal yourself, you can also share that healing energy with your community, with your family, with the people that you work with, and bring that solidarity to groups and communities.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Michelle, for sharing that. We'll come back to you probably. I'm sure there'll be some questions from our audience. It's so powerful to hear that women can indeed use some resources to heal themselves so that they can support others as well. Zakira, my next panelist, Zakira Mohammed, describes herself as a daughter, a sister, a wife, a mother, a social entrepreneur, a friend and teacher. Indeed, like most of us, most women, not only on this panel, but in Africa, multifaceted. There are many things to many people. And that's the nature of who a woman is. And she ends by saying that she's a work in progress. Zakira, you state in your story that at times you feel you're not enough. And yet, reading your story, you're such an accomplished woman. Can you explain this dichotomy, for want of a better word, on what makes you feel you're not enough, and yet so accomplished. And I guess this is something that can be shared, can be expressed by a lot of women. They are so accomplished out there. They have a magnificent CV, but somewhere in a space somewhere, they don't feel enough. Can you explain?
Unmute.
Zakira?
Please unmute.
Hi, hi. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to say first, it's an honor to be here among such amazing, incredible, strong women. To answer your question, Prof, I think when I say I'm not enough, I don't mean that I'm not enough in the sense of lacking self-confidence or self-esteem. I think because of my life journey and my experience growing up and losing my dad at such a young age and being forced to be the responsible child from a very young age, I feel like as much as I've done my best, I still haven't done enough. For example, I feel like I'm not taking care of my mom enough, or not doing enough for my family, or not doing enough for society or for communities, because when you do the work that I do, you realize that there's so much work to be done. So, you know, in the eyes of other people or other women, you may seem accomplished, but when you know the epic proportions of the societal injustices, in that sense, I feel like sometimes I feel like not I'm not enough, but it's not enough. Yeah. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, and as you're speaking, I was just thinking that so many girls begin shouldering such heavy responsibilities, even when they are very, very young. And their journey can mirror yours, that at some point, and because they're so young and really don't have the tools and the skills and the maturity to shoulder those responsibilities, they may never feel that they're enough or they have done enough for their families. And so we empathize with you, Zakira. Your other role has been, for many girls and young women, a menstrual warrior. You write, rightly so, that menstruation is cloaked in taboos and misinformation. And indeed, it's a source of grief and shame and a social barrier to girls' education and well-being. And yet it is a normal bodily function. And it is not an illness. It is part of who we are as women.
Yeah.
And yet social cultural perceptions make it like an illness, so to speak. What made you become a menstrual warrior and begin the Mina Foundation? What were the goals and what were the impacts so far? I know it's a loaded question, but can you just briefly tell us about it? Because it's so exciting what you've been doing.
The Mina Foundation started in 2015 when I discovered a menstrual cup. At the time, a lot of women in South Africa, and usually in August, Women's Month is the month that most women start raising funds to buy sanitary towels for young girls missing out on school. And as we all know, it's not cheap, it's quite costly. And it's probably why women only do it in August, because it's not something we can all afford to do every month. And a group of friends and I were raising funds to buy sanitary towels for girls in school, when someone mentioned something like a menstrual cup that can last for up to 10 years. And I just thought, well, if something can last up to 10 years, why aren't we giving these to girls so that we don't have to go, every month to distribute sanitary towels? And I did some research and I did some homework, and it was a bit scary and intimidating. But the good news was the stories that were out there were more positive than negative. And I decided it's something I'm gonna look into seriously. I spent every single cent I had on research and travel, and visited everyone who made a menstrual cup and collected them all around the world, and decided to try one. And when I decided that it does work, I asked 2 of my girlfriends to join me, because I knew this was revolutionary. But I also knew that I'm going to face a lot of challenges speaking to the elders regarding inserting something into the vagina, which, you know, we have virginity issues in all cultures. It's not just African culture, it's Muslim culture. It's every country I go to has asked me the same question. And knowing that that was going to be one of my challenges, but believing in my heart that this was the solution was not going to stop me. And I decided, well, you know, armed with mothers behind me. I mean, for those who don't know, Mam Nozi is my other mother, and Lindy and Mandisa are my other sisters. And, you know, and my own mom, who became a menstrual warrior through education and awareness, who also asked those questions initially. I, you know, with that kind of backing, I knew that I need to educate, starting with the elders and the men and the boys, to eradicate those cultural taboos. They are generational cultural taboos that came about from not knowing enough about menstrual health or menstrual care or taboos. I mean, it's ridiculous to think that if you throw salt in food, you know, the food will go off, or if you're on your period, the shark will catch you in the sea. You know, it's silly stuff when you think about it, but it's real, and it instills fear in communities based on lack of education. And for me, it was a problem solver. I knew that if we start going with this, I mean, in the next 5 years, no one will be buying sanitary towels, because the Mina Foundation, Mina meaning me in Zulu, goes out and educate girls on their health. You know, I mean, everybody's period experience is different. A lot of the girls are using unhygienic means to manage their period. This leads to infections, or even risk of difficulty in conceiving. You know, so many other gynecological problems that come from something as basic as menstrual care. I think somebody earlier, one of the speakers said something about it being a man's world, and how can it be a man's world when he comes out of the vagina of a woman, you know? So we cannot be left behind. We have to include them. And, you know, you'll find that men also now are starting to support organizations that are trying to tackle menstrual health and end period poverty. But I do have a concern that some of them are trying to make periods theirs. You know, it's all about them trying to save us. I mean, we've been talking about it for such a long time. So I'm still dealing with how I'm going to tackle that one. But at the end of the day, Mina has distributed over 60,000, I think 65,000 menstrual cups across South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Swaziland, Eswatini. We also on our way to Kenya next month. So I'm excited. I'm hoping to meet Kabale, because we're doing the same type of work, and maybe we can help each other. And yeah, and for me, this is just a solution. I mean, it also affects the environment. For example, our sanitary towels take 500 to 800 years to biodegrade. So using a menstrual cup, even though it's challenging and intimidating in the beginning, it's the answer to save the planet as well. It's healthy because it's medical grade silicone. It has no chemicals in there, so it's good for your body. You know, the girls also go through depression, so it affects mental health besides physical health. So, but you know, by giving them these workshops before we visit them and before we talk about all the menstrual products out there, we're giving them confidence to believe in themselves, to stay in school. And you know, we have so many testimonials from girls who are now going to university based on the fact that they had a Mina cup at school. So yeah, it gets emotional sometimes, but this is my life. I was born to do this, and I can't wait to end period poverty with all the help I'm getting around the world.
Yeah, thank you so much, Zakira. And just maybe to summarize, if you take on average, a girl will have her menstruation between for 3 to 5 days. So in a year, she loses about 60 days. And if that is school time, you can see how she can fall behind and finally give up and drop out of school. So it is, and then when a girl drops out of school prematurely, then she loses out on the rest of her life. So we must make menstrual health a talking point on the agenda. And you're right that it's about ending menstrual poverty when you come to Kenya. Karibu sana. Next, I'll be talking with my own very own student, Dr. Sagar Omar. She's a newly minted pathologist. She graduated beginning of last year from Aga Khan University in Nairobi. And she's only one of 10 pathologists in Somalia. She initially trained as a nurse, but because of her passion and wanting to do more, she went to China for a medical degree and is now teaching at the University of Somalia, which is a private university in Somalia, and also runs her own private pathology lab. She's one of 10 sisters in a women's only family. Sadly, she lost her father and her brother and a 6-year-old sister during the war in Somalia. So she's a girl, a young woman, really, who has suffered her own personal loss, but through grit and determination has forged forward to train herself, to give herself the opportunity to grow as an individual, but also in the service of women. So Dr. Sagar, throughout the years of war that tore your country apart, women faced many challenges, many of them related to an inability to access health. So what are some of those challenges? Can you briefly tell us what those are?
Thank you so much, Professor Mushiri. I'm really happy to be introduced by a role model to me and one of my teachers and faculty. As a little bit of clarification, I lost all of this during my residency, not in the war. Okay. As for the questions, of course, female faced so many challenges, especially during these civil war times. The most things that comes first and usually comes on the top is the issue of security. Women had to fear for their life because they usually they have the fear of maybe they will be killed, raped, hunger. Some of them were forced to flee from their homes, and some of them was even forced to raise their own children alone because of the lack of the other parents due to the war and these things. Although this was the war times, things are, I'm a little bit nervous, sorry. Things are getting a little bit better and a lot better actually in our country now. But still, of course, women faces a lot of challenges, including they usually face less education. They have the highest mortality, female maternity mortality is still due to lack of proper health sectors, also and less antenatal and postnatal cares. There is also so many other aspects, including rape and FGM, but things are getting better. Well, we are trying as a females to change all of these things as a society.
Mm-hmm. Dr. Sagar also has 2 other siblings who are doctors, one of whom is a gynecologist. So I think you'll make a great team to address the issues of women's health in Somalia. Now, my other question, Dr. Sagar, is as a trailblazer, a young woman, a doctor, a pathologist, where do you see yourself as contributing the greatest in filling the gaps in women's health in your country as you emerge and recover and rebuild from the war?
Okay, thank you for that amazing question. So I have like, I believe in these things. I believe that through 3 aspects, I can contribute in changing these, the challenges that are female facing. As for me as a doctor and a pathologist, the first one is through motivation, the second is education, and the third one is prevention and early detection of diseases, since that's part of mostly of my degree. So firstly, I believe that this sentence: if I can do it, you can do it even better. So as a motivation, you can achieve more than what I achieved. And there is it's a living proof about these stories written in this book about these amazing, bright, young African women who achieved so many things in different aspects of life, which I'm honored to be part of. As for the things that usually makes me smile or happy is usually during daily practice, when patients from each genders, male and female, approach, and then they either ask or demand to see the doctor and the manager of the clinic, and then I approached them, and they were like, in amazed face, they were like, it's a female. Firstly, so yes, it is. And then secondly, they were like, yeah, especially for females, they are very overwhelmed and happy that they will be fulfilled and seen, and they will talk freely about the issue, and especially their private parts, and to a woman. So that makes them so proud and happy. So that's usually what motivates me and motivates a lot of other women. As for the second one, education, I seriously love to teach. Maybe I got some traits, and by following Professor Mushiri through her sessions, I really miss them and love them. So I usually I'm part of I'm a lecturer of a pathologist and forensic medicine in Somali universities. Actually two, the private one, the Somali University, and the national one, Somali National University. I really love students. I really love teaching them about medicine, and also and talk to them about my experience in life, and encouraging them that they can achieve so much more, and the sky is the limit all the time. Finally, as a pathologist, I'm really passionate about prevention and early detection, especially in all diseases mainly, but especially in women's health. And since breast cancer is the first leading cancer in the world, so I usually take part of screening programs for cervical and breast cancers. Some of them are free, and I led the first, last year, we had the first free screening program for both breast and cervical cancer in our clinic. Although we didn't get that much of patients, but I'm very proud for the patients, for the women who got advantage about these things. Yeah, back to you, Dr. Mushiri. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sagar. We can feel your energy. You're so young, you have so much, you are really the next generation of women leaders, and we applaud you, and we are here to support you. You can count on our support for always. So thank you very much. We wish you well. So now I'll have a short discussion with Lindiwe Badil. Lindiwe went to the university at the age of 17. She's a psychologist and organizational psychology major from the University of Cape Town, and currently manages organizational effectiveness for Standard Bank's Corporate and Investment Bank. She's also a life coach and a mother of two. Really baby who's just born during the last few, as we were preparing for this launch. So she's our newest member. So Lindiwe, you suffered a personal trauma of unimaginable proportion as a teenager. And you wrote that at the time you were living more in your head than in your body. This is what you have said in your story. But you emphasize that love and therapy got you through and got you well. What would you tell young girls when they feel and think that they are not good enough? Lindiwe.
Good afternoon, Professor. Thank you so much for having me on this panel, and to the other women on this panel as well. It's been such a pleasure hearing what you have to say. Yeah, in response to your question, Professor, you know, when I was, I developed anorexia and an eating disorder when I was only 14. And in that state, what I remember is that no matter what anybody told me about how amazing I was or how great I was, you know, it was very difficult for me to hear that. So the first thing I'd want to say is, you know, I'm very conscious that with young people who may be suffering as adults, or people who are more experienced and have gone through the track, just to be conscious of where they are at and almost what they're capable of hearing from the space that they're in. But you know, having said that, the three key messages I probably want to communicate to anybody who is suffering, but particularly young women, is A, believe in yourself. I have a card here that my mum once gave me. My mum has been my number one supporter throughout my life, that says, believe in yourself and know that there is something inside you that is greater than any obstacle. And I suppose being a practicing Buddhist as well, this is what I love about Buddhism, is that it constantly reminds me that there is something inside me that is innate in all of us, that will get us through any problem or difficulty that you may face. Secondly, I'd say you're not alone. You know, I think one of the things that makes suffering and mental illness particularly so difficult can be this feeling that it's only you that experiences this sort of thing, you know. So the ability to connect with other people who may be suffering from something similar, or talk to somebody that you trust about what you're feeling, or even help somebody who may be going through something similar to what you're going through as well, can be an amazing way to heal or get through that sort of self-doubt or internal suffering that you can experience. And lastly, I think my message would be that winter always turns to spring. You know, I mean, with global warming, this is being questionable at the moment, but no matter how dark the time is, eventually the sun will rise again, you know. And as I started off my answer, sometimes when you're in a depression or so on, it's very difficult to see that. But I think these 3 points really would cover my basis for what I'd want to communicate to young girls dealing with any self-doubt or mental anguish.
Thank you. That's so powerful. And the message from your mother is just awesome. Now, in parallel to your work in the corporate world, Lindy, you are a practicing Buddhist, as you have said, and also a women's leader in Buddhism and wellness, a field where you state that a space that was only really reserved for men, but you managed to break through barriers and become not only a practicing Buddhist and wellness, but a leader in your local area. Can you elaborate how your personal journey has helped you, not only in your personal journey, but how you have helped others, very briefly?
Sure, yeah. I mean, a lot of what we've all spoken about today is about, as women, the environment that we find ourselves in this patriarchal capitalist world doesn't often tell us that we have everything within us to reach our full potential, that we are almost worthy just because of who we are. And in fact, you'll find in a lot of religious spaces, in religions, the message has been that enlightenment or spiritual awakening is a space that has been reserved for only men. You know, we see it in the Christian church, only men could be priests. In some places, this has changed. So historically in Buddhism, this was also the case. You know, women were not considered to be beings that could attain enlightenment. But the specific Buddhism that I practice, called Nichiren Buddhism, which is the same that Tina Turner practiced. If any of you know Tina Turner's story and her experience with Buddhism, which we chant Nam-myoho Renge Kyo. The teaching actually says that women, through women's enlightenment, all human beings are enlightened, that actually women's enlightenment proves that we all have the capacity for enlightenment. And I think the feminist movement shares this. My mother said it earlier, that through the emancipation of women, and potentially Black women particularly, all women, all people, all humanity are liberated. So that really attracted me to the Buddhist practice, that it was a space where there was no question about the fact that as a woman, I have a equality with men, if you like, spiritual equality. So that practice and being in that space has really helped me to ground myself in a way similar to what Michelle was speaking about. When you have a dedicated practice, in her instance, it's Tai Chi. With me, it's chanting. You do really cultivate this inner resource. Buddhism says each of us has within us wisdom, courage, compassion. But if we're constantly being challenged, and the veils over our eyes, we never tap into that. So Buddhism, this practice allows me the space to tap into something that's already there. And in doing that, also then working with other women in the community to do the same. And once you do that, you pull from this inner reserve of wisdom, courage, and compassion to then deal with the challenges that you face on a day-to-day basis, whether it's a relationship that you're in, a challenge, with employment. Currently with COVID, a lot of the people in my immediate community and in the Buddhist organization are working class people where they've lost their jobs, or both people, it's impact their kids. There's the loss of life, there's illness, there's a lot of tragedy, and yet our community is what holds that experience. So my Buddhist practice really is about going back to the fundamentals of community, that by transforming your own heart, you're able to bring peace and happiness to your home first and foremost. So every day I'm very clear that my home is where my spiritual practice begins, and then taking it out into my community, but also into the workplace. This is why I say that for me, a spiritual practice really has become the foundation for my leadership in all spheres, because it's the place that I go back to drink from that well of sustenance, if you like, that's never ending.
Wonderful. Oh, that is so awesome, so powerful. Thank you so much, Lindy. I think one of these days we'll get together and learn from you. And again, as we've seen from some of my panelists, that indeed there's been a glass ceiling in terms of even our spirituality. We are told we cannot be leaders, we cannot be pure. We cannot, we don't have the ability to connect with God because we are women. So we the ceiling is very low for us in that space. But thank you, Lindy, for showing us that indeed we can. We can, and we can grow and help others to grow as well. And for self-healing and coming from a place of darkness to a place of light and leadership. Wow, your journey is just amazing. And audience, please, you need to read all these amazing stories. They are so powerful, and we can learn so much from each one of them. My next panelist is Nomtuse Mbere. I hope I'm pronouncing it properly, Nomtuse. She's many things. So I'm not even going to try and attempt to introduce her. I'll let her tell us who she is. But briefly, and the fact that writing this book was a celebration of women's journey, 25 years post Beijing. And Nomtuse actually led the South African delegation to Beijing. So she was head of delegation. She's also worked for the South African Child Grant Program that has had amazing impact on the girl child in particular, impacting very many, actually millions of girls' life. So for that, we applaud her. But in her story, she states that she brought Beijing home. And that statement, again, is very, very powerful statement. Nomtuse, can you tell us what you meant by this statement that you brought Beijing home? Nomtuse, if you are muted, please unmute.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm grateful to be in this panel, and I'm grateful to have been invited to contribute a chapter in the book. So, as you rightly say, the title of my chapter was Bringing Beijing Home. And for me, bringing Beijing home was in the first 5 years, all of us were excited about, what we need to do. So the government, both nationally and in provinces and NGO, all had activities that they were doing to implement, the Beijing critical areas of concern. In South Africa, we did quite a lot going around, and it was even translated in all the 11 languages. But because we don't document, I don't think anyone or any one of us has even one of those, except the main document itself. In terms of health, in order to make it easier, I want to just concentrate on 3 areas and to show you how important health was even in the Beijing Platform of Action. The second critical area in the Beijing Platform of Action is women's health. And then the next, which is related or it can be mainstream within women's health, is a critical area J. They are done in alphabetical pronunciation. And it is called women's human rights. And then the last one, which appealed to some of us, is called the girl child. Now, all suggested improvements on the health of women in these areas. But before I go directly into that, I just want on the onset to let us all accept that our health is influenced by religious, social, and cultural practices. And most of them sometimes have negative effects in our health. So for instance, we know that female genital mutilation has negative effects on girls' health. Early marriages, the same situation. We've got recently learned that a girl child of 12 was forced into a marriage in Zimbabwe and was giving birth at 12 and died. And then the same will apply to religion. We know that religion, forces us, most of us who are believers, to select certain areas. So for instance, termination of pregnancy is not supported. The LGBTQIAs plus are also not accepted because they are not supposed to be, or they are not in the Bible. And some women are forced to marry their rape victims. So all of these things, we've talked a lot about mental health, and all of these things end up within mental health in general. So if I come back to explain the activities that we did in bringing Beijing home quickly, with the South African Girl Child Alliance, we facilitated a lot of workshops on sexual and reproductive health. It's quite interesting how that has been also a taboo area. So you find that even the so-called educators who were supposed to educate on this would be happy when we came to explain, the whole system, because to them, they were also, men, they were fathers, so they couldn't talk about sexual and reproductive health in general. So all these things lead to the fact that, bringing Beijing home meant that we should address all those things. And at that time also it was followed a lot by the HIV/AIDS outbreak, which also was surrounded by a lot of myths and cultural practices that were not acceptable.
Thank you. You end your story in the book by writing that we are not yet at the mountaintop, but we are not at the foot either, which is in a sense uplifting, that we are not where we started. We are not at the bottom. We have made some headway, but we still have a way to go. So just maybe very briefly, what you really meant by that statement. We probably can take it at face value, but from you, from your own, in your own words, can you tell us what you meant?
Well,
Not yet at the mountaintop?
As Phumzile said, I mean, most countries have committed themselves in the Beijing, after the Beijing Platform of Action, for instance, to 50% representation of women. But as Phumzile said, we are not even there. So that is one of the things. In South Africa, we have a lot of progressive policies and legislation, but and ratified a lot of international and regional instruments. But in terms of implementation, we still are not on top of the mountain, definitely. And I mean, if we can say at the foot of the mountain, yes, we have a few policies that say, you know, we can prefer women for procurement and gender responsive procurement. But you'll find that even that procurement is still in areas that are not necessarily income generating, making profit for women, you know. And also, I want to emphasize, you know, before we stop, two things in South Africa that shows that we are far to reach the top. And that is that South Africa is a rape capital of the world. In the last year, only in the Gauteng province, 10,000 women were raped. And we know that amongst those, there was corrective rape that is used specifically on lesbians. And then we find that we don't have enough resources to do DNA for forensic analysis, is lagging behind. So the perpetrators cannot be, you know, brought to justice for these things. And also during the lockdown, due to unequal position of women, the gender-based violence increased, we know that. And also gender roles, you know, doubled for women because they were working at home as well as having to do that. Now, the other thing that has been amazing in South Africa, I shouldn't say amazing, you know, we learned that 23,000 girls were raped and 934 of those girls were between 10 and 14. So one of the gender activists, who's my friend, says, we don't have a teenage pregnancy problem in South, no, not rape, they were pregnant, sorry. She says, we don't have a problem of teenage pregnancy in South Africa. We have a problem of pedophiles and rapists. So I'm trying to say that all these things show, and this statistics in particular shows that we are still far from the top. So in order for me to finalize this, I think that all the above, both question 1 and 2 that you have put to me, result in certain consequences for women's health and girls' health in general. And psychosocial problems are it's a pandemic in South Africa. We don't discuss it in our homes as Africans in general, if I can generalize. And government has not committed much resources to it except to creation of awareness. And young girls, especially, you know, some of them I know, have admitted themselves into psychosocial clinics because they couldn't cope. And of course, we have a lot of girls at universities who have died because of suicide. So we have a lot of challenges insofar as healing and mental health is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nomtuse. That is so powerful. I don't know, I think women in Africa, globally, the issue of rape and sexual violence is a monster that we have to deal with. Just face it and tackle it, because it's so destructive. There's really no other way to say it. I think above anything else that is thrown at women, I think sexual violence and rape of all women of all ages, whether it's infants and young girls and adult women, it's pervasive. It's so destructive to who we are. And when one woman is raped, we should all feel the pain and commit to do something about it. Thank you so much, Nomtuse. If anybody knows the Beijing platform and women's and policies on women's health, sexual and reproductive rights, not only in South Africa, but globally, it's Nomtuse. Thank you. You are really our reference for that. So my final panelist is none other than Dr. Motomang Diaho. Again, a very accomplished woman, a clinician who says she's, anyway, I'll let her tell you, but I think above all, she probably wants to define herself as a human health transformational practitioner. So Dr. Motomang, in your story, you write that growing up, your mother and other women in your family were the custodians of women's health and nutrition. And whether they actively did it themselves or somebody to do it and supervise, they grew the fruits and vegetables that were consumed by the family. In essence, they determined the nutrition that the families consumed. And the imagery that you tell in your story about a kaleidoscope of the plate is so powerful. It's such a powerful image, and I love it, especially because personally I grow my own vegetables as much as possible. I am a healthy food practitioner, and that's how I live. But you also state that these practices that you learned from your mother and the women in your family taught you such values as self-reliance, leadership, nurturing, and love. And it's in fact the fact of nurturing that shaped your career away from being a clinician to who you really are today and your journey thereafter. Can you tell us briefly how these values changed your journey and made you a human health transformation practitioner? Doc.
Thanks, Prof. Just to say, it is such an honor to be talking to somebody like you, whose name has been there, I think, throughout my clinical journey. So it's an honor. I just wanted to say that. And to the panelists that I find myself sharing the stories of our lives with, I think I'll confine my discussion in responding to your opening statements to the self and leadership and the leadership of women, because it's a latter reflection in my life. So the first 10 years of my life I spent as a clinician, like everybody else, going through the system. And I think when I reflect, I see a thread of frustration, because Prof, if we're sitting with 70% of people dying globally and now in the developing world from chronic diseases at my age, it is unbelievable. It actually makes you angry, because throughout your years of practice, throughout of everything, the superb medical advances and technologies that are thrown at us every day, we're still sitting with killer diseases that are simply preventable. And you talk about the simple act of growing your own vegetable and drinking clean water if you have access to all of them. Because overlying this discussion, isn't it, is the story of access. So therein lies my story and where it intersects with my mother's story. So in brief, I'm the oldest of 7 children. I grew up in a family of teachers, so discipline is my middle name. It was literally stuck down our throats. Discipline household, teachers. School was, you go to school, you do your homework, but before you do that, there was a garden patch to be looked after, because my father, like a real Rottweiler, had allocated a garden patch to each one of us. And it meant your allocation, whether this season was a tomato patch or a cabbage patch, or that had to be watered and all of that. Then there were the chickens to be done and the eggs to be cleaned to go to the egg center, and then milk and all of that. There was sour milk to be made and bread to be, and all of this was sort of angst for a young girl. But what I didn't realize that in my latter discussion is that it was only at 16, when I left the household to go to university, that real life met me. And my cocooned sort of pescatarian lifestyle was challenged. And I really tell this as the privilege of my first 16 years of life, which has landed me now as a practitioner in health and transformation, to reflect why it is that this seems to have become a privilege of the LSM 8 to 10, wellness. Why is it that this is only a privilege of the few? Why is wellness have become sort of a privilege to become well? And I like some of Lindiwe's reflections about, these are practices that if you go into any old traditional communities, we did. These are practices where people grew their own vegetables. And I mean, there's a whole book waiting to happen about traditional practices that actually enhance our health and wellness. So I think in summary, in answering that is, I'm glad that I'm at this point of reflection, because I think my work is now totally driven by discovering why it is that we don't have access, the lot of us, to the practices that our mothers in their homes as teachers had access to education that created the kaleidoscope of plates that had yellow food and green food and white food and brown food. What was different about them and their generation? So that is the leadership that I talk about. And that is the leadership that we had access to growing up, because that leadership was actually in our homes. It's not the one that we met in business schools that we read about that talks more about me, myself, and I. It was the leadership of women that always helped and built other women around them, whether they would be the aunts or the daughters or their own children, etc. So that's where I find myself in being totally, deliberately frustrated, so that we can get back this access to being well and transforming our lives, so that we don't spend 8 hours waiting to take a Panado that actually we have no business waiting to have.
Oh, that is so awesome. You know, as you're speaking, there are so many parallels between you and I that we are soul sisters. As we were growing up as well, we were each given a vegetable patch to water after school, and at that time, of course, it's a chore and you don't enjoy it. But later on, when you reflect, boy, didn't you learn so much. And now it has become internalized and transformed in how you see food and health and wellness, and taking charge of your own life, so at those lifestyle diseases, instead of looking at disease, you are really talking about health. And while we are here, Doc, maybe you can tell us what and how did you get into Spiral Health? and what is Spiral Health? You're muted, Motoman.
Yes.
Yeah.
Spiral Aloe, the name of the company that I now vent my frustrations through. It's actually a national plant in Lesotho, the Spiral Aloe. It's a beautiful, beautiful art of nature. And I was visiting my mother and we were looking at this. It's only really grows in Lesotho. And I thought, no, that's a great name. One, because the aloe in it, for me, epitomizes health, isn't it? Because the aloe does so many things in the space of health and wellness. But what Spiral Aloe does truly, and it started possibly 8 years ago when I started being invited by one of the authors in this book, Lesego, to come and talk to women in the corporate space about women and health. We call that program Women and Wellness. And in doing this work for the last 8 years, it's conversations about our lives, mine and yours and all the women professional. You realize that it actually comes back to the challenges of modern life, which is high-paced, completely high-paced, facilitated by technology, but leading us into a very dark space of mental wellness and not coping. And I think this is why, for me, the work that Spiral Aloe does now is going back to the basics that I think our mothers and our leaders about the basics in life, about what we eat and we put in our bodies, the importance of movement, the grounding that spirituality gives you. But I think increasingly, and we don't talk about this, and I think the last speaker spoke about, the fourth element is the importance of connections, but very healthy connections. And I think somebody said, if we think COVID has really decimated all the structures that we thought we had, the next epidemic is mental illness. And it will come from loneliness. It will come from our fast-paced life and the decimation of the fabric of relationships that hold us, that held our mothers, that held us in the communities that we grew in. Because part of our emerging lifestyles is that we become more lonely, we become more separated from the other, and our family structures are being challenged in the most incredible ways. So I think that aspect of health and wellness is something that we actually deliberately talk about in the work that we do, whether it is in the corporate world, whether it's one-on-one, as Spiral Aloe. Because I think we have to start looking forward to looking at the interventions that we need in public health, that look at mental wellness, that look at looking after body, number one. Because whatever it is we do in the world and all the spaces that we occupy, if the body is not well, then we're not gonna be the best that we can, Prof.
Thank you so much. Actually, you've summarized our health and wellness session so well. I'm not going to add another single word. From the Q&A, I don't see any questions, except I think somebody is asking Dr. Motomang that you said initially that it was a question of access. Maybe you can answer that and then we close our session.
Look, I started off by saying the work we do is largely addressing your corporate world, your LSM middle class, upper middle class work. And I think I didn't mention in the introduction that I got into this world through two institutions specifically, which taught me about the importance of access. One was the UN, when we were working in the early days of HIV/AIDS, because we worked with communities. And you realize that the messages we have and the access to information we have has to get to that level if we're going to turn the tide, whether it's HIV today, Corona tomorrow, or another epidemic that's on the way. And the second institution, again, was the Nelson Mandela Foundation, where I spent the 6 years really working with community dialogues. And so the issue of access for me is a very intimate one to the current work I do, because if you're continuously looking at people that are privileged, the privileged, which are us, and not taking the same message to communities and women in the communities that do not have the privilege of access, then really there's a lot of work still to do. And I think the chapter I wrote, I said, so there are many hills to climb still. Similar to the last speaker, again, there's still a lot of work to do if we do not address the issue of access.
Thank you so much. You put it so well. I couldn't have said it better myself. I wish to thank all my panelists. I think you're all so awesome, and I hope our audience has been teased and titillated to read this amazing book. All these wonderful, amazing women have written very, very powerful stories. Whether it really wasn't for this session, as I started earlier, it wasn't about disease, it was about wellness, and how wellness and health from a women's perspective in all aspects shapes who we are, shapes our lives, our relationships, and how we grow into leadership, into nurturing and giving love to those around us, and therefore giving healing. So in a sense, we can transform our families, ourselves first, our families, and those around us with coming from a place of self-awareness. And in fact, I think one of our panelists wrote in their book that self-preservation is not indulgence. I think it is you, Michelle, that you wrote that self-preservation is not indulgence. And that is so true. We need to preserve ourselves as women so we can give and we can heal, not only ourselves, but others. So I leave it there, powerfully stated by Dr. Mutuman. And over to you, our host and moderator, Nozi.
Thank you so much, Lucy, and thank you to your amazing panel, really. There's so much that was learned from that session. I suppose because it touched us in a different way, so personally, so spiritually, and so, you know, in our minds as well. So thank you so much for moderating that so well, and also for all the contributors. We are going to break it a little bit because there's been a lot of conversation. So we have 2 more panels left, and thank you also for those of you who are watching for your patience. I hope we're enjoying it. We will break it now with a song that Mandisa and Naima wrote specifically for the Right to Speak book and its launches. This is not the first launch we've had, but they volunteered to do a song on Right to Speak. And so we'd like to ask Rahima from Womenomics if the song can please be played. Thank you so much.
Right to speak, your time is now. So da 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 da. Right to speak, your time is now. For too long we have been silent, made to feel we have no power. Yeah. But you see, when God made woman, his intentions were much higher. Now's the time to own your power. Write your stories, tell your truth. You have the right to speak. You have the right to speak. You have the right to speak. You have the right to speak.
We have the right to speak to women past, present, and women to come. We sing legends untold upon unwritten melodies as we harmonize the truth about how we've begun. And that present days may bring even brighter suns to inevitably set on consistently evolving, hopeful tomorrows. Our time is now. We are one force to be reckoned with, because it was our unnamed foremothers that passed on batons of power, determination, and a voice that will settle for no less than what is rightfully deserved. Our unnamed foremothers that sit heavily in our dreams to ensure that we've heard their potent whispers of when to initiate or when to reserve our spirits for a destiny that is yet to arrive. They undeniably form part of the purpose we're alive, giving birth to the women that cradle the social nest, to the women whose heartbeat penetrate barriers built to confine and restrict. My eyes tear as I quietly listen to their chests, because their hearts beat in me too, synchronized to the striking women that make moments like these matter. They are the unsung heroes that serve a united struggle and a growing vision that will never shatter. Your time is now. It's now. It's now. And what more? What more could one ask for than to live in the memories of those that will follow? We are proud to be builders of a future world, weaving a web of love, honor, and respect. Our children will sing lullabies of women that put injustice to the test. So we have the right to speak to women past, present, and women to come. We sing legends untold upon unwritten melodies that harmonize the truth about how we've begun, and that present days may bring even brighter suns to inevitably set on consistently evolving, hopeful tomorrows. Our time is now. It's now. It's now. Let me tell you something. Yeah. We don't deserve it. No, we don't need it. Let us be. Let us be. We don't deserve it. No. No, we don't need it. No. Let us be. Let us be. It's right. You have the right to speak. 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 And I have the right to speak. We have the right to speak. We have the right to speak. I have the right to speak. You have the right to speak. We have the right. We have the right. We have the right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mandy and Naima. Two of our artists, Naima writes a poem in the book and Mandy writes her own story of her life in the artistic environment, which Lindy will later moderate with them. Thank you, Sabrina. We'll continue then. Our next panel is going to be on young business women breaking barriers. And the session will be moderated by our very own Lesego Semele, who also writes her own story in the book. And I'll just say a few words about Lesego. She's a chartered accountant and a member of the African Women Chartered Accountants in South Africa. She currently serves as a non-executive director on One Logics Group Limited, Reef Tankers, and Ohorongo Cement in Namibia. She is the founder and managing director of Khusele Advisory Services, which is a financial advisory consultant in our country. I've known Lesego for many years, and I've watched her grow and grow and grow. And Lesego, thank you so much for agreeing to do this session with our young, inspiring, and social and also business entrepreneurs. The floor is yours, my dear.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nose. Thanks for that introduction. Good evening. We're almost there, ladies and gentlemen, and everyone else who's in the audience. It's really been a jam-packed afternoon, and I hope it's been enriching for all of you as much as it's been for me as well. It's really an honor to be moderating the Businesswomen Breaking Barriers session. I'm joined by my three panelists, Tanya Dos Santos, Ms. Anna Njoro Ngariga, there you waving, Tanya, hi. Hi, Anna. And Modi Malilane. Modi, we'd like to see you as well. I see you are with us as well. So yes, thank you very much. I'm going to start with you, Modi, just to give the audience a brief introduction. So Modi is the president of the Gender and Informal Sector of the Mozambique Chamber of Commerce. She's the vice president of the Confederation of Economic Associations Office of Women Entrepreneurs, and is really passionate about solutions by Africans for Africans, especially in as far as women economic empowerment is concerned. And Modi, thank you for joining us today and for writing your story. You know, access to finance for women has always been a challenge. You identified this and you started a microfinance bank with ISEF, which stands for Ideas and Contents of Female Entrepreneurs Program, and really centered around helping women get loans, training opportunities to grow their businesses and move from the informal economic sector to the formal sector. So what has been the result of the various programs that ISEF is running in the beautiful country of Mozambique?
Hi, Lesego. Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. And I would like to say, all of you, my first language is Portuguese. So this is going to be a challenge for me. So I would like all of you just to get the message, because English, I don't speak English, but I will try my best. I'll go straight to your answer. The results being satisfactory, as in terms of microfinance, we have had a very, very positive feedback from our clients. And because we offer eventually qualified service and competitive interest rate in the markets. And furthermore, with the breakout of this COVID pandemic and the consequent drop in revenue by our customers, we took the initiative to further low rates interest and the rates, because and this, which brought great facilities and benefits to our beneficiaries. And as an example, we have several under our ISEF microfinancial. And we have several events, but going to the context of your question, we have to highlight a client for approximately 3 years. And our foundation has contributed in the way to the completion of the house in the Santa Maria neighborhood. And I know that we have most of them, because we exist now like 200 women. If I bring here a lot of examples of successful, we're not going to finish this conversation because we have impacted all of them. And also in this context of housing project, we would like to say that we currently launch to the ESEF Chunalar, called ESEF Chunalar program, which a new concept of housing with a low cost and accessible to the middle and the low income class. Because I believe that we humans, we have our own business and we have to support our family. Why not give the ladies an opportunity to have their own house? The quality houses, because you know that we run, we work, we do many things. And as you can see, men are the one who got a house in the neighborhood. So why not we decide to contribute in that? So create opportunity with this new project and create opportunity to women with a low cost to have their own houses. And by the grace of God, faithfully, so far we have had a positive feedback, and almost all of our customers. Of course, we have approached and identified potential partners who want to be part of this project. So we are open on that. So we are trying to expand our training and opportunities, but you know that we cannot satisfy everyone. It's like that.
No, that's really commendable work, Modi, and well done to you and the team. Well done on being such a visionary and bringing about solutions, you know, for our continent, and more especially for women around economic empowerment. You are keen on the notion of solving African problems with African solutions, especially when it comes to poverty eradication programs and economic empowerment. Why is this so important to you, and what can we learn from some of the African concepts that have been tried and tested out there, are innovative, but have taken into context the African landscape and what it means to try and solution for those challenges that we face?
Yes, of course, I have shared the idea that we Africans have to be able to solve our own problems and satisfy our needs with internal solutions. Because how can I say in Portuguese? It's Portuguese, it's more easier to me to explain, to answer, because that's the way we develop our initiative and grow more fast. And to this end, it's important that the union between the African states, it's more solid and effective with exchange of service and experience without any type of bureaucracy that you know. And one of the example of that, okay, we are talking about solutions that the continent Africans can bring together, all right? One of example, one example that I have on my, that it's been doing and promoting in Mozambique. The service of created by African, it's mobile, name it M-Pesa here in Mozambique. So, which is a platform of banking service via mobile telephone, covered in a large number of the customer, and which is easy to access. So this concept was created in Africa country, as you know, in Kenya, but extended and reached Mozambique. So this is amazing, as you see. So today Mozambique M-Pesa, it's the financial service and payment platform which the large number of customers in relation to the all banks operating in the country. So this is the thing that I was talking to you this afternoon. I said, wow, why the Africans, they're not connected together. I say, no, with the communication, we can connect. Now we are 50 humans here from different countries. If we communicate and we explore what we have in each country, I believe that we will connect more and we will change the experience and be proud of what we have to do, what we have to increase in our country. So this platform is helping a lot of people on making a small transaction like business. So this is impact very well. Okay, I believe that we have to be the first one who have to think about African contents, African ideas, and developing African business, not just to impact humans, but to impact all of us. We are talking about woman and men's gender.
No, thank you very much. I think it's such a rich and apt story, how we can bring about solutions that are innovative, often taken for granted in the local context, and yet have the opportunity to create such huge impact. And M-Pesa is one of those old, a manner of what we would call the informal economy, and yet look how meaningful an impact it's made. So well done to you and the team for being pioneers and really grabbing the baton and making sure that women are empowered as a consequence. Just one last question for you. So if you had to change anything in the entrepreneurship space, what would that be for you?
Wow, if I have to change something, wow, I would say it's a relative issue because over the year I have been discovered, Leseko, that no matter how much we think and create solutions to support others, okay, if the people themselves don't manifest it, it's like that, manifest it, wow. If I say something not pronouncing very well, you have to help me.
You got it perfectly right.
Okay, yes, you have to help me. So it's not an easy English. Manifest these wills in their lives. Nothing can be done for them. Nothing can be done. So I would continue to reach for collective opportunity, because the motto was always been that all knowledge can be transformed into action. I believe that if we have a talent, if we have knowledge, why we can just keep it? No, we have to find out how we can deal with that, how we can impact others. So this is me. I'm still fighting. I'm a fighter. I'll always try to find out a collective solution. I never run out for solutions for myself. As people know me here, that's why I'm representing human entrepreneurship here, because I'm a fighter. I always care about what I can do to make the business women grow. And as I told last, I believe that what I'm doing, I'm not helping everyone. Not everyone like it, but just to help 2 or 3 people, I feel more confidence. So for me, if I can continue search for collective opportunity and bring this and help more and more humans, it will be great, and I will feel more blessed. I will feel more blessed, and I want Mozambique to be on the rate of the economics developer, like human empowerment, and we have a potential to do. We have agriculture, we have a tourism, we have a most of possibility. But what we have, it's get more know-how to understand how we can promote promote more opportunity, training, whatever, but doing well, and to make this woman and all the country recognize it and outside that Mozambique create this, women of Mozambique, they are creating this, and other countries can look at Mozambique like example, like something that they have a country that have a lot of things to contribute and make other countries follow this example, let's follow this project that we are doing here. So this is the thing that I would like change. It's find collective opportunities and make people grow in the business. I don't know. It's not about. It's not an easy.
Yeah, thank you so very much. The work you do is really enriching. It is so pertinent, and I wish you and the rest of the ISIF team great success. May you continue to grow in leaps and bounds. And it's time for women in the continent to really rise up, take up the call, and build this new economy, which is said to equate to the Chinese economy. And I say, look, it's worth pursuing. And, there's 50 of us here, there's 50,000 more out there. Let's just intentionally make a difference in the spaces that we occupy, and the power of the collective will ensure that we make it ultimately to that desired goal. So thank you very much for sharing your story with us this evening. That takes me to Anna. Anna, thank you for joining us and for sharing your story as well in the Right to Speak project. Won't you please tell us a bit about yourself as well as Yathra Beauty, and what inspired you to start the business?
So thank you, Lesego. First of all, I have to say I am honored to be in company of such amazing women. When I got the call to tell this story, and even when I received the book, I remember I received it on a Monday, and I didn't even tell anyone about it until Friday, including my husband, because I felt like something to me, like I wasn't worthy to be part of this amazing, amazing women. So thank you very much. So my name is Anna Njoroge Ngaroya. I am a reformed finance expert. I was in a corporate world for 16 years. And in my 40s, went out and started a manufacturing business here in Kenya. And I own Waithera Beauty, or I founded Waithera Beauty, which is skincare, personal care, and beauty products that actually work for us. So it's products with ingredients that work for our skin. I somehow got tired over years and years of never finding something that actually works. Especially when it's body care, and I have to combine 3 products to just make my skin happy. And I didn't understand why we couldn't just find one. So went out creating products. It's a company mostly founded by women. Majority of the people in my employment are actually women. Most of them actually single moms. And manufacturing in Kenya, because I believe as a continent, I passionately believe we need to create industry if we're going to graduate from developing to developed. I feel like as long as I can remember growing up, we were developing and we are still developing. Why aren't we developed yet? We need to develop. And I think industry is a big thing. We need to stop trading. We need to create a bigger ripple. We need to create wealth, because if I'm going to go to China and bring a product here, or get it manufactured, whatever, and bring it here, it's a very, very, very small ripple. It's gonna benefit me and a few other people, probably my immediate family. But if I create this factory and go through this process, which for those of you who have manufactured in Africa, it's probably one of the most difficult things. And I consider myself privileged that I can fight this battle. It might not probably benefit me, but it will benefit others in the future. We fight it now, keep fighting until it makes a change. So that's what Waithera Beauty is. And it was inspired actually by the power of the African woman. I am so proudly being an African woman, and I want to tell her story. This woman who raised me, my mother, my grandmother, my Auntie Grace, and I wanted to honor her and showcase her to the world that she is strong, she is powerful, she is beautiful, and just this motto of whoever you are, go be limitless. I truly, truly believe in that. And I feel like there was the reason for Limitless and embracing who you are, go be, which is the Waidera Beauty motto, go be limitless. It is, I feel like I'm in my 40s and lived in the US for 16 years, came back home. And I keep feeling like, especially in Kenya, we keep missing the gap. Like we keep running these parallels in Africa. I tell this story. If you ask any woman in Kenya over 36 years old, we were raised to be told we were supposed to be independent. We were really the true women of Beijing. We were supposed to be independent. We were supposed to be strong. We were never supposed to depend on anybody. And even though it was never explicitly spoken, femininity and you being beautiful are actually negatives. And I usually say this literally, like tell any woman in Kenya over 36 years old that she's beautiful and she has no idea what to do with that information. She starts making excuses. And then you have another generation of women coming up, especially in their early 20s, and they have this belief that they are beautiful. And even though some of them are extremely smart and capable, they have this feeling that because I'm beautiful, the world owes me. And I feel like in every generation, we are missing the gap somewhere because embrace you. You're powerful, you're strong, you're beautiful, you're a woman, you're feminine, you are you. Take your feminine energy, your feminine strength, and apply that to who you are because that's who you are. And in corporate America, I actually learned something from one of my bosses, which was actually amazing. One of the best things I have ever learned. And she actually told me, stop fighting like a man. I was in finance, and the higher up you go, especially in corporate America, and actually everywhere in the world, including Kenya. When I came back, I worked for a little bit and I was CFO, and it was the same issue. The higher up you go on the corporate ladder, the more men you find. And in America, they're actually more Caucasian men, the higher up the ladder you go. And she told me to stop fighting like a man because I am not a man. At any time I fight like a man, I am going to lose because I'm not in my natural environment. So I need to embrace my feminine energy and my feminine strength and use that to be exceptional. And that's what Waidera Beauty is about. So
thank you so very much, Anna. That is so inspiring. You know, you've charted a course that many would not dare pursue because being an entrepreneur is probably one of the hardest things to do, more so a woman entrepreneur in a space and a turf that was never really created with women in mind. So really well done, and all the best as you take the vision forward with the rest of your team. I enjoyed reading your story. The one thing that really struck me, I mean, you mentioned 2 incidences in your 20s where you were fired. And often we talk about our stories and we don't share the what I call the trough moments. We don't share the valley moments. We share the mountaintop moments. So, I mean, you were very headstrong, you were outspoken, and you had your voice, which most women struggle with. And that led to you being dismissed in an environment. What were the key lessons learned for you from that experience?
Yes, so just to backtrack it. So I grew up in the village, family of teachers. So I took a trajectory that was very, very normal. Like my brother was telling me, up to that point, you took up trajectory. You graduated high school at 16. I was pretty smart. Stayed home for a year. I actually farmed. I say in the book, my mother's amazing kitchen was actually built from tomatoes that I farmed. And I went to secretarial school. I graduated. I was very good at it. Before I even finished, I got a job. And I got a job with a pretty good organization in Nairobi. And at that point, I was 20 years old. And very quickly, I realized I've made a horrible, horrible secretary, especially at that time. I am opinionated. I speak my mind. I was the secretary to the marketing manager. And I remember sitting in this meeting one day with an MD who was a white British man. And there were 2 women in that meeting. It was me and his secretary. And we had a simple task. Take notes. Don't speak. don't say anything, take notes. This was the early 90s. I think this was 1994. And I don't take notes. Getting older now, but I used to have this really, really good memory. I could remember everything. So I don't usually take notes. I kind of take my pen and doodle. And I remember looking up and everyone is looking at me. All these males on those table are looking at me. I am 20 years old. And the MD asked me, what's wrong? And I say, what you said is actually, I'm going to use it. I actually told him, what you said is dumb. And he turned all red and he couldn't believe I spoke. And needless to say, a few weeks later, I was fired. And these are the lessons I learned from that. One, I learned not to overstay because I knew this job was not for me. I knew I was not a good secretary. I might take great shorthand. I may be good at typing, but I'm not good at taking orders without being told why. Somebody needs to tell me why I am doing something. And to also learn that there's a season for everything. And don't stay. If you feel it's not working, leave. And I get it. We all sometimes stay because of fear. And I think for me, one of the reasons for staying at 20, because everyone in the village would tell my mother how lucky I am that I just got this job without bribing anyone. And they actually couldn't believe before I even graduated college, I had a job. So that was one lesson. The other lesson was learning diplomacy. If it doesn't add value, you don't have to say it. You can think it in your head, but you don't have to say it out loud. And also what you say, how you say it is important. You can find a way of saying it that is not so blunt and that just hurts others. And I think that was also a big lesson. Funny enough, yes, it was a lesson then, but I didn't learn that lesson then. I came to learn the lesson way later in my 30s, but it actually goes back there. The other lesson was to stop making apologies for the person I am and to stop trimming myself to fit into a box that I actually was not there to help design. If it is in me, I just need to go out and be me. So being fired actually led me, I usually say that being fired led me to this journey now that we are on here. I don't think if I hadn't been fired, I don't think we would be having this conversation now.
That's amazing, Anna. Thank you so very much for sharing with us. And this is just a layer of a multi-layered story. And I'd encourage our audience to grab the book to read more about your story. Thank you so very much. Tanya, your story is similar to Anna's in that you also found yourself in a boys' club, for lack of a better word, a male-dominated environment. And you also share about how you felt that you had to be one of the boys, and she shares about how she was advised not to be a man because that's a battle she would lose. So tell us a bit more about yourself and the career choice that you selected and what the benefits and the challenges of your journey have been.
Thank you, Lesego. So I have to give some context because Modi, like you, I am Portuguese. I am African and I am Portuguese. But I don't speak a word of Portuguese, but I do use my hands a lot. So I apologize if there's some movement on my screen. And Anna, I wish that I had learned some of those lessons that you've shared earlier in life. And I could certainly take a few beauty tips from you now. Grace and beauty are two of the most amazing traits that you have. Lesego, I chose a very male-dominated industry, not because I knew what I wanted to be. I still have no idea what I want to be when I grow up. I think about it all the time. I fell into it. I really, actually, it was the little girl inside of me that was desperate to please my father. I grew up in a typical Portuguese family where children are seen and not heard. You don't get to have a voice at the table, especially three daughters. So, in a Portuguese family, the males and the sons are given a lot more focus. There were no sons in our family. I was the third daughter. And hence I grew up with this psyche that I was never good enough. I felt like I should have been the son. I was meant to be the boy that my father never had. And hence I chose finance because I thought that's what he would want. He's an accountant. He was, a big businessman. And I thought that would make him proud. He would want to see me achieving and then I would feel good about myself. And it was a hard environment. Firstly, when I went to varsity many years ago, there were very few females, even then, very few females doing, the finance and the economics subjects. I started in investment banking. It was the heydays when it was all about, parties and drinking. And as I said, being one of the boys. So I felt that that's what I needed to do to fit in. I had to be one of them. But as Anna said, actually, that's not the way to succeed. So I learned from doing the wrong thing. I wasn't true to myself. I wasn't authentic. And it's only many years later, from maturity and from growth, that I realized I never had to do that, but I didn't know who I was at the time. I was still figuring out who Tanya was, where did I want to go in life, what did I really want? And I had this, imposter syndrome that I didn't really deserve anything because I wasn't the boy, I wasn't the son that I thought I needed to be. And hence, for me, learning how to figure out where are those spaces where you can find that you have a voice. I've spent pretty much 20 years of my career waiting to be invited to the table. Sheryl Sandberg talks about leaning in. Well, you can't lean in if you're not even at the table. So I kept waiting for this invitation to the table. The South African culture was that the boys would all congregate at the braai and the women would congregate in the kitchen. And the conversations in those two places were very, very different. The men at the braai were talking business and networking and, saying who they know and what business deals they were doing. And women were talking about the kids and the family. Even if some of them did work, their focus was the family. So I started spending a little bit more time around the braai. Not because I wanted to be one of the boys at that stage, but because I wanted to learn and I wanted to be a part of the conversation. I'd probably say the biggest lesson I've learned is you can pitch up at the braai, but that doesn't necessarily mean you have a say. You still have to pick the right moment to, voice your opinion. And when you do, make sure it counts. Make sure it's something meaningful. Because if you're just pitching up to, blurt something out, it's going to be down very quickly. So yeah, that was my entry into, very male-dominated financial industry.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Tanya. You also mentioned in your story how you used to get so impatient because your father was very diligent about engaging on a personal level whenever you'd go to meetings or whenever you'd go to meetings. And you just wanted to get to the bottom of the matter and, close the deal, for lack of a better word. How have you transitioned, and what would you say were the biggest lessons for you around the importance of networking? And what do we think that we as women leaders should embrace a bit more? Especially considering that the myriad of challenges that we face operating in an economic climate that was really not designed with us in mind.
Lesetja, I think that it's inherent in us as women to actually want to get to the point, because we're actually trying to be so many people at the same time. We're trying to be mothers, sisters, daughters, business women. So I don't have time for small talk. I don't have time to get, to discuss the weather or figure out who and I know and where we went to school. I don't have time for that. I want to figure out, this is the problem, this is how we come together, and this is the solution. But the biggest lesson I've learned is actually the only way you can figure that out is by connecting with people. And that's essentially the value of networking. So networking isn't just an all boys, at the club thing. It's really understand. It's partly empathetic leadership. So empathetic leadership is not just about the people who work for you or with you. It's everyone. So the moment I meet someone now, even online, which can sometimes be hard to do. It's first figuring out, you know what, we have something in common. What is it? Because then I immediately feel more comfortable with you. It breaks down the barriers. And then you're able to connect with someone, you're able to find solutions. And actually, that's what networking is all about. It's about connecting with people on a deeper level. And then you're able to actually understand what they need, what you want, how you can leave the meeting both feeling happy. And I think that's, I still struggle. I still just want to get to the point and move on, because at the back of my mind, my kids are coming home from school. I've got to go fetch this one. I'm thinking about, have I taken dinner out? I'm always trying to balance and do so many things. But actually, just breathe.
Just breathe.
Be in the
moment. Awesome. No, thank you so very much for that, Tanya. You also share about how for the longest time you struggled to find your voice. And I suppose partly because you were struggling with trying to be one of the boys and trying to fit in and, and really just acclimatizing. So just tell us more about living one's purpose, which you share that you eventually found, which is why you love the role that you're doing. And if you had to wake up every morning and do it without being paid, you'd still choose it all over again, which I found was really amazing, that to get to a point where one is living that purpose and dream is really one of the most phenomenal things in life, I believe. Just tell us a bit more about that and how living your purpose has really empowered you, and what nuggets of wisdom would you share with us in the audience as well?
The second, when I first was offered the role in sustainability, and it was good more than 10 years ago. So now ESG and sustainability is fashionable and everyone's interested in it, and it's the place to be. But when I was offered the role more than 10 years ago, no one cared. And in fact, my two mentors said to me, don't do it. No one cares about it. Why do you want to do that? It's just extra work and you're not going to get any recognition for it. But I recognized that in doing that work, I would have a much greater impact on the world around me that meant more than just myself. I've got a picture of rhino behind me. So working in conservation had a whole deeper meaning. Working with the communities around those reserves had a much greater impact beyond me and what I was doing. And that made me feel that I was making a difference in the world. But at the same time, I could also be focused on business. So I was very fortunate. And my leaders left me to do what I needed to do. So I almost fell into a purpose. And my purpose was to uplift people who hadn't been as privileged as myself, but I could do it through the role I was already in. So I was very fortunate, and not many people have that. But it didn't happen straight away. I did it for almost 10 years. It's only now in the last 18 months that has come true, that has come through. So I think you have to live your purpose. You have to do what is meaningful for you inside. And at some point, it becomes more than that. At some point, it's not about the personal recognition. It's the recognition of the people around you saying, wow, I also want to be a part of that. And that's what excites me the most. People phoning me and saying, tell me more about this. How can I get involved? That excites me. And that's when you're truly living your purpose. When you wake up every day and go, yeah, I can't wait to go and do that all over again.
Awesome. No, thank you, Tanya. I think we've run out of time. I see my colleague Siki is giving me the nudge there. It's been a rich conversation, ladies. Thank you for sharing snippets of your stories. I'd encourage the audience to get the book and read more. I thoroughly enjoyed reading every single one of your stories. And thank you, Sis Noz, for your visionary leadership. This has been an amazing project. And I look forward to many more. And thank you for encouraging us to write our stories. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lesego, and how inspiring all your stories have been, from Modi, struggling through the English. But Modi, you did very, very well. Please don't let language ever be a barrier for you, because
thank you. It was a big challenge for me, the first challenge, but thank you. I will improve my English.
It was really wonderful. And Anna, thanks for a very energetic sharing of your story. And of course, you know, what's her name? Tanya and I worked together in the Global Compact. And when I first met her, I was so excited by this woman who was just so impatient. You know, it was actually her impatience that drew me to her, because she always wanted to cut the chase and get to the point. So thank you so much and for you know, we come a long way, and I'm really, really thankful that you agreed to head this panel. Thank you, ladies. And our last panel is arts and culture. And you know, the thing about arts and culture is that there's so much often said about arts and culture, that it is supposed to be the glue, you know, that brings us all together. And so from the sportswomen that we engaged with earlier with Ria and Mutitambi, and now to the cultural space of Mandi, Naima, Siki, and Lindy. For my personal experience of the arts is that they do transcend beyond our differences, so that we all enjoy music in the same way. You know, if you like a song, you love it because it inspires something in you, it touches something in you. And sports is the same. When people watch football, they're all watching this game and they all get so emotionally involved with it. And I don't understand why we haven't really got the arts and sports into the fabric of our societies, because in Africa, we also have so much talent. So I want to thank Lindy for agreeing to moderate this panel. Lindy started it off, and she's going to moderate the panel of arts and culture. And I've seen Naima and Mandi and Siki through their lives, you know, use their talents and use their art forms to bring people together. And so this is their panel to discuss that. Thank you very much, Lindy. I'll hand over to you with your panel.
Thank you very much, Sis Nurse, and thank you for the opportunity. And actually, you know, well said. I don't know, is my light okay? Can everyone see me?
It's a bit dark, Lindy. You could,
yeah,
maybe they could put some more light on for you. Thank you, Beanie Beans. And of course, Lindy's daughter is also a writer in our book.
Well, I have the privilege and the opportunity, you know, which I think is a nice thing to be the last one, to host a panel of the youngest, I think, in the group, but to host a panel of artists that you've already experienced. We've had Siki, who's already performed a poem. We've had Mandisa and Naima, who've already sang an item. And we have Zone Ziwo Mbongulo Wondle. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Zone. I'm just gonna go Fatu's way. Zone. And so I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves, really, so that I don't have to read boringly. They are performers, they are artists. But I want to say about this panel that having, you know, read their poems, having read their stories, it's the sense of urgency that I picked up in their stories. They all address intergenerational issues. Zone speaks about, excuse me, Zone speaks about women for change in her story, and the importance of intergenerational conversations, and the fact that the foundation that she founded, you know, had a lot of older women that were talking about issues of widows, land, rights, and young women, you know, didn't quite have a voice. Mandisa refers to her interaction with the older women in Lesotho, and she keeps, you know, referencing back with the women. in older women in Lesotho. And Siki, mentions a lot of women that came before us, women artists, Miriam Makeba, the queens of Egypt, Wangai Matari, Lilian Ngoyi, in politics. And Naima's poem, speaks about the future and the present, the future and the present. So that's the sense of agency. And I think it was Sis Dawn that, mentioned this, the sense of agency of young people in the space. So without much ado, I'm going to start with you, Zone, just to give us a short introduction of who you are.
Sis Lindy, apparently she's having technical issues, so she's not on the platform at the moment. So maybe we can carry on with some of the others, and then hopefully she makes it on before we finish.
Okay, thank you, Mandy. Then on to you then.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sis Lindy. You look absolutely stunning. I'd also like to just start by stating how grateful I am to be a part of this, what started off as what I like to call a God's whisper, a heart's whisper that Mum had a year and a half ago, that has now culminated in a physical book, has culminated in a whole network, women's rights network of such incredible women. I'm so full inside, having listened to all of you speak today. I really feel quite overwhelmed. So I just want to thank Mum and her incredible team of supporters for including us all. And Mum, you've really picked some incredible women to be a part of this book. And yes, I would also encourage everyone to please get a copy. I would like to read it to my daughter, who's 13. I think it's so essential for young women to be exposed to these stories. My name is Mandisa Patil. I'm Nozipho's eldest daughter, and I'm an artist. I've always known from the very early days that art was my calling, was my passion, and I'm still in that space to this day, 47 years later. It is not an easy road by any means, but is certainly the most fulfilling road it has been for me anyway. My mother, God bless her soul, has seen the challenges and has tried to get me onto a more sort of stable path, and which of course I've tried from time to time, but your calling is your calling in life at the end of the day, and that is where you are happiest, and that is certainly where I am happiest. Mum wanted me to write a story in the book, and I remember resisting for a long time because I felt that, although I'm a songwriter, although I'm an actress, although I'm a singer, and all of those things that fall within the scope of the arts, writing has always been an area I felt very insecure about. So I resisted it for the longest time. But I feel like, funnily enough, it was something that I had a deep yearning to do, because one day during lockdown level 5, when we were all locked in our houses and we didn't know what was going on, I was sitting upright in my bed, overlooking the balcony outside and the trees and listening to the birds. And I just decided I'm just going to write my story. I don't know where it came from, but I took a pen and a pad and I just started writing. And I literally started and I didn't stop until the very last full stop. So it was almost like something deep within me was writing this story. I read it over once and I cried because I realized that it was a cathartic experience. It was a moment for me to step outside of myself and look at myself from outside of myself and realize where I've been, where I come from, what I've been through, what I've done, what I've achieved, the lessons, the difficulties, the challenges, and where I am now. And that's why I love the phrase power of the pen, you know, and I really understand now that phrase. And I think it's such a great catchphrase for writers speak, power of the pen. I would like to encourage everyone to pick up the pen and just write whatever it is, but certainly your own stories. There was so much power in that for me. So I sent the story to Mom, and Mom was like, this is great, it's going in the book. And I was overwhelmed, and coming from Mom, it meant a lot because, you know, for me, Mom, when it comes to writing and expression in writing, I hold her in very, very high esteem. So thank you for having my book, my story in your book. And I hope it inspires people as much as all of your stories have inspired me. I hope I'm not digressing, Auntie Lindy. But yeah, I just really want to express my gratitude right now because that's where I'm at and that's what I'm feeling.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Yeah, no, you were not digressing. We will get to the topic at hand, but you've also touched on important things like, you know, the power of pen, which is storytelling, and which I think Zone speaks about in her story. On to Naima. Naima, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you, Baba Lindy. Today has really just been overwhelmingly inspirational. And I think that speaks to the power of storytelling in and of itself, and why this panel is together and why we do what we do, because we understand the power of storytelling. I also want to say congratulations to all the authors and to Auntie Nozipo for pouring your heart and soul, and quite frankly, making lemonade out of being handed lemons during time of COVID. I don't think one could say time hasn't been productive when you've been a part of this project. So who am I? I am Aunt Nozipo's niece. My mom and my other aunt, Osdorn, are also authors in the book. And so I am proud to be standing on the shoulders of giants. I am also a performing artist in my own right, and I spent the first part of my career pursuing the performing arts as a spoken word poet, singer, actress. Then turned, as motherhood tends to do, I think, another feminine story that everyone here can relate to, but still manifesting the same purpose. And I'm now a senior manager of an organization called The Room, founded by the African Leadership International, and where we are a community of global leaders who are committed to doing hard things that are going to change the world. And my third cap is the spiritual daughter of Baba Lindiwe Ndebele, who is facilitating this conversation. So I come to the table as a leader in the professional sense of my organization, a leader, a spiritual healing leader within my family, being mentored and guided by Baba Lindiwe as a Sangoma, and a performing artist who I believe are social leaders. And I guess my perspective and relevance to this conversation is the power of storytelling and its transformative impact to facilitate healing. When I started my writing journey, I would literally sit, turn the world off, listen to music, and begin to write what would come. And then to make it accessible to people, would resort to spoken word. And I think that I come with that perspective about how bringing narration or narratives to life in order to make them accessible to its listeners, to evoke empathy, to evoke the human spirit, and to transform the minds and hearts of people where the role of writing and storytelling for me plays a really important role in society. So I am very, very honored to be a part of this project, to be associated with these phenomenal, phenomenal women, and to sit on the panel with Siki and Mandisa. Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Naima. Yeah, just talking to our topic, you said something quite poignant that, you know, art has a social impact and a transformational impact. And I think given the topic that we're going to, excuse me, to navigate about the role of the arts and culture in expression and women's rights, you know, those two words are quite key. On to Siki Dlanga. Can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Siki Dlanga, or Sikelelwa as that's my full name. I'm very, very grateful also to be here. I'm highly privileged, and I so thank Mom Nose, who I consider myself as one of her daughters. Yeah, I just want to thank you for having me on this panel and just being surrounded by such incredible women. And you can tell just even just by the heart, just everyone's speaking from the heart, especially that I'm among artists. So for me, I studied communication and then a master's in political communication. So while I consider myself a creative, you know, in every sense of the word, you know, whether I'm passionate about politics, it's really only because I care about making things right. And I really believe that we can create a better future in our generation. And so for me, creativity, therefore, is not limited to just being, you know, being kind of relegated as an artist, because for me, art, it transforms society. It is life. It creates life, and I think life stops when you remove artists out of the picture. And so I do quite a lot of poetry. I'm currently putting, and I've, you know, when I was in the States, I went around in different states, really just kind of sharing some of my poems that really speak to the social justice issues. And really, I think I just started seeing how words and creativity goes way beyond culture, way beyond borders, and how it reaches people's souls, you know, how words can move people, you know, to tears. Yeah, so I am a huge advocate of art because I think art is life. So, I mean, I also consider myself a social activist. I'm also passionate about intergenerational relationships, because there's no generation that lives in silos. You know, we exist because other people existed before us. And so it's like a continuation, and what we have and what we create now is what we'll hand over to generations after us, long after we're gone. And I don't think that, you know, I think to be the past generation is when you're dead, you know, and to be a creative person is to continually create until you breathe your last breath. I'll stop there because I feel like I'm going everywhere now. So.
Thank you very much, Siki. What I want to take out of from your introduction is that intergenerational connection, and that no one exists, you know, that no generation exists in silos, and I think that's quite important to note. Do we have Zonaziwe back online? Who's my last panelist?
I'm afraid we do not.
Okay, should we continue there?
Please, thank you.
Okay. So before we get into the topic at hand, I just want to make a few, intro. And one of the things that Sis Nozipho said when she was introducing this panel is and it's something that I also mentioned in my story, that it is through our arts and culture that we primarily experience the enrichment of life and the critical expression of identity. And that for me is I think Sis Nozipho also, articulated it differently. But I also believe that, arts is inspired by culture. And a lot of our speakers today, in every panel, in every subject matter, they touched on the impact of culture, on the impact of religion. But I do believe that, and I hope my panelists will agree with me, that arts is inspired by culture. I just want to make one example about, I don't know if you can see what I'm wearing. It is inspired by a blanket called, a blanket by the South Ndebele that is called Idzilo. And it's a design made by young designers here in South Africa. Idzilo is worn by married women that are, at a marital stage, and it takes the form of the rings that husbands give to their wives as a form of faithfulness, but also, more important for me, as a ring that's a symbol of family unit. And this thing now is what normally you would call a pashmina, and everybody wears it, and it's a beautiful design. But it is inspired by cultural practices. So there's positivity in cultural practices, and a lot of our speakers has also mentioned, the limitations and the disadvantages of culture. But I want to start with you, Mandisa, just to give me your thoughts on what you think is the role of art and culture in expression and women's rights.
You're on mute, Mandy.
You're on mute.
Thank you, darlings. It's been a long day. Look, I think we bring ourselves and who we are and where we come from into our art as individuals. And if I just look at my own story and where I come from, Auntie Lindy, as you rightly said, Lesotho, I was only there for 10 years of my life, the first 10 years of my life, but it's had a very strong, direct impact on who I am and how I express myself. We went to England and I lost a lot of my language, my ability to speak Sotho when we went to England, because when we got to England, we only spoke English. But up until that point, Sesotho I was fluent in Sesotho. I mostly only spoke Sesotho. And to this day, at the age of 47, I still express myself in that language because it's so inherently a part of who I am. When I scroll through Instagram and I see pictures of the Basotho blanket, the royal colors of the Basotho blanket, the Basotho hat, it resonates so deeply within me. Some of you may not know now, but I had to pivot when COVID hit and I started designing clothing. And I've got this yearning to build that Basotho cultural heritage into my clothing as well. But that's something that will happen further down the line. Auntie Pumzile mentioned something when she spoke about how young people today are like very impatient and they wanna get there, you know, and that inspires her and that excites her. The same for me. And what I'm noticing now in my pool of up and coming artists that I've worked with over the years, you know, they are bringing the social ills that they see around them that are weighing heavy on them into their art. They're not just singing for the sake of singing. People like Msaki are using their voices and using their art to speak about social ills. And they're bringing their culture into it as well. And I feel like we're all in a space now as Africans where we are finally proud to bring our cultural inheritance and our language and our fashion and our beads and our headgear as young people in our artistic expression. So I think that we're in a very exciting place as artists to be able to do that freely, without feeling like we have to emulate anybody else, that we have to emulate how they're doing it in America or how they're doing it anywhere else. We are, when they say Africa, your time is now, I feel like that is so true. And I'm excited to still be young enough to be a part of that movement and express it my own way. So, yeah, I think in my work going forward with young up and coming artists, I definitely would love to encourage them to be proud of who they are and bring that in through their art, whether it's through their clothing, the fashion, the language, what it is they're saying, the topic of the day, and to not be afraid and to just go for it, because that's what we need right now for our healing as South Africa, as Africa, and eventually globally as the world.
Awesome, Mandy, and I think your initiative of up and coming, you know, was quite phenomenal, because it did exactly what you're saying, and I hope people will read that story to know about up and coming. Naima, your thoughts on the role of arts and culture in expression and women's rights?
Okay, so, you know, a lot of the conversations that I'm fortunate enough to be a part of often play a role in how different industries play the role in social change and transformation. And the question I've always asked and always continue to ask and be an advocate for is changing the hearts, the minds, and the souls of people in a time and place where there has been a lot of pain and hurt. And so when we talk about the empowerment and the development of societies in different facets, we can talk about policy writing, we can talk about infrastructure development, we can talk about quotas of women in leadership, but I always go back to how do we shift the hearts, minds, and perspectives of people? And when we're dealing with an issue like patriarchy that is so ingrained into the social fiber of all societies, African and not, how do we give voice to the human experience such that somebody sitting on the other side of this fence is able to access it? And I think that is the role of art. It brings life to narratives, past, present, and future, which is what I make reference to in my poem. It brings to life and makes access the human experience of people. And by so doing, possibly hits a nerve with somebody else who may get introspective and shift their view on certain issues. In this, what would be relevant in this case would be around accessing the pain and the hurt and the experiences of women in society, and then maybe making a mind shift. And I think that's the thing about art. and culture is it facilitates connectedness through spirit and through heart and through lived experiences that are now brought to life, right? Storytelling, that's what we do. And so from the beginning of time, oral reference in terms of the storytelling has always brought forward the experiences of people. It takes different forms and shapes, and it will do so for the rest of time. It is a powerful tool in carrying our history so that we don't make the same mistakes. It is a powerful tool in shifting the perspectives of people such that they change their perspectives and maybe are inspired to do something. And it is a facilitator for healing at a very visceral, cellular, spiritual level. And so that's its role in advocacy for women's rights. By sharing the stories the women in this book have shared, generations to come will have access to them. We are then able to bring them into theaters and into live auditoriums, such that these stories can be accessed for people who have never had access to them before, and for younger women who have similar experiences, so that they can rid themselves of any sense of shame they may carry, or be inspired to do the things that they've always wanted to do, but the world around them tells them that they can't. I think it is critical to the women's rights movement that we use the platform intentionally to facilitate change.
Wow, awesome. Yeah, that's, yeah, I don't want to say anything after that. Shifting narrative and art as an instrument of change. Zonezwe also, touches on that in her story. And I just want to go back to to what I mentioned in my book. I mentioned an exhibition that was done by a group of artist lesbian women called Innovative Women. And the exhibition sought to explore the representation of African women in ways in which the words of Phumla Gqola is a professor at a South African university. And she says the art in words of Phumla Gqola were questioning, provoking, and unsettling. And I think art has a way of unsettling and addressing and touching on issues in the most uncomfortable ways. So I will move on to my next panel. Siki, your thoughts on the role of the arts and culture in expression and women's rights?
I mean, it's imperative. Because even when the first thing people even encounter usually about another culture is usually their arts, even if they can't speak your language, they usually first engage with your art. The songs, when you talk to people about the anti-apartheid movement, the first time they knew about it, some of them will say it was a play, it was Mary Makeba, it was a song, it was, so artists are really powerful, and they really, for me, are like the soldiers, right on the forefront to really attack whatever an enemy of the day, whatever we're facing. Manisa mentioned people like Nsaki currently, speaking into that. And for me, one of the people that spoke as the Jonas created a powerful play about women and what's currently happening in South Africa, and now it's moved on to a movie, just made a film out of it.
Lost Siki.
Sorry, Siki, we've lost you.
So, for me, cannot separate. You cannot shift the narrative without artists. That's how you. Oh, hi. Okay. Can't you hear me? Yeah.
No, we lost you for a while.
Can you hear me? Okay, because I could see you the whole time. Okay.
You're breaking.
So for me, arts are it's how we shape our future. It's how we shape our future. Am I completely broken?
No.
Can't hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Just
can hear you now.
Okay, so I was just saying, art is really how we shape our future. That it's like a vision. This is where we're going. So it's the artists who paint what we want to see, and the songs that call us to where we need to be. And I mean, sometimes I don't know if maybe we should call the musicians into to be accountable for what's being said about women and how women are being portrayed, because if it's not aligned to how we can move ourselves forward, and it's maybe repeating old stereotypes about women, I don't know. I just think arts are really powerful, and I think we should really consider ways of engaging old stereotypes, and that's really what I think. I just think it's impossible to change narratives and old customs that are really thousands of years old without, I think, pouring a lot of money into arts. That's what I think.
Thank you, Siki. You did break a little bit, and we didn't hear some of the things you said, but I hope people have heard what you said. I missed you. I missed quite a few things, but I think you were also emphatic on the idea of shifting narratives. Using language, music. All those forms of art in terms of shifting the narrative and the impact on art. One of the things, and this is in conclusion, one of the things that I'm strongly passionate about is the representation of women in particularly in film. And it's something that irks me. Even though in the latter years, we're seeing a lot of images of women representation, strong women that can do anything, women that can do what we've been fed on over years that about men in the representation of women. And I think that comes a lot from the cultural perspective of patriarchy in our societies. I just want your thoughts on that. Mandy, can I start with you?
Sure. Yeah, Auntie, we still have a long way to go here in South Africa as far as female representation in the art space is concerned. I mean, I always remember the one time that I was asked to speak at Moshito, the music conference. I can't remember which year it was. And I was literally the only woman on a panel of about 10 men. And I was so shocked. But, that is how it is. And I suppose we just have to create those spaces for ourselves and take them unapologetically. I look at Barita now, who is an independent artist, and her agenda is very much focused on placing women at the forefront, not only in terms of performing, but also in terms of, you know, industry and how industry works and how policy around, you know, the arts industry are shaped and formed. So she's created a space for herself. I think it's at SAMRO or SAMPRA or one of these organizations, which, you know, I'm so happy about because she's still young. And a lot of the men who sit in these positions, you know, are also sort of elder. So it is time for us as younger women to step in and take those spaces and own them, because otherwise nothing will change. And I think, yes, as young artists, we need to use our platforms to speak on these things. We can't just sing for the sake of singing. We need to be courageous, and we need to push the boundaries. I think that the world is in a state of emergency at the moment. And, you know, we need to push back, and we need to push back hard. And I think arts is a great way of being able to do that. Napo has just done a great play about women's rights and gender-based violence. And she got everybody to bring their bras and hang them up. You know, that was the set. And, you know, it's still seen as very controversial, but we just need to push those boundaries. Not in an angry way, but just in a kind of, you know, our time is now, ladies, and let's not hold back.
Thank you, Mandisa. Siki, we're going towards a wrap up now. Siki, your thoughts about representation of women in the arts?
Yeah, I think it's very, very important because especially
Siki, we're losing you. Siki, you're breaking up.
Maybe we could just turn our some of our videos off.
You know, if women, because as women ourselves, also there's also a need. Again, oh, can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Oh, okay. I was just saying, it's really important.
Siki, maybe turn your video off.
To darling. Have, oh, I think they say I must switch my video off. Okay. Being important, but I also think, sorry. Hi, Mandisa, are you saying something?
Much better.
Okay. So I was saying the work of changing the narrative, because it's not just changing patriarchal norms, you know, for men, all of society, really, it's almost like we need a complete revamp because women also internalize these ideals and perpetuate them, you know, without question sometimes, and sometimes even defending patriarchal stances. So I think it's very important to have like educational systems, even with, or just accountability systems within the spaces where decisions are being made, and placing women in key positions, but having like some kind of check system of what is being perpetuated, what norms are, just a way of regulating, because sometimes placing a woman doesn't mean that it is going to bring transformation. Sometimes it's just, you know, somebody just occupying a position, but not bringing actual meaningful, transformative change to women. But I mean, even when I look at film, you know, I mean, lately I've just been concerned with just some of the images where I'm wondering, you know, where the women are being kind of portrayed. I know it's you know, it's about changing stereotypes, but there's just been like a whole violence thing currently where women are being portrayed as these, especially Black women in particular, and, you know, older Black women kind of these images of older Black women as these Tsotsis who are hectic gangsters. And I was just seeing some tweets of some kids saying they no longer trust their grandmothers now. So anyway, I was just thinking that I'm just concerned about, you know, when we're changing the narrative, what are we changing it for? You know, are we, I don't know. So that's just what I'm saying. I just think there's a lot of thinking that needs to be done around what's being portrayed. Yes, I understand that, you know, women like men are, you know, we can be good, we can be bad. But I'm just concerned about certain narratives that get pushed at particular points in time. And right now, for me, there's like a whole violence drive that I'm really concerned about currently on TV, where Black older women are these untrustworthy creatures that are really unfeeling and killers.
Yeah, I get exactly what you say. We are running out of time. Naima, I'll go straight to you. Closing comments on women representation and the role of arts and culture.
So I think society at large, industry, we underestimate the power of the sectors, arts and culture, on how much of what we represent society follows, right? So if we potentially flipped the perspective on using arts and culture as a tool for change, portrayed through our various mediums, the type of images we wanted to see represented, I believe society would follow. The problem we face is that arts and culture is not a sector that is invested into adequately. And therefore artists are constantly chasing commercial regulation and norms for popularity. And so this need for hunger for people to buy is compromising, I believe, what's being represented. And so artists cannot fully take up the role as the change agent that they would naturally want to, because they're needing to be paid, and they're looking for popular buy-in and immediate gratification and a number of likes on social media, and so that totally undercuts the power of the tool. And so we need to look at the sector holistically and systemically. And I think this is an appeal to other industries in terms of those that are involved in political advocacy. Because right now, unfortunately, I think the sector is undercut, and as a result, we're not getting the type of representation, and it's not playing the role it should be playing in the world.
Thank you so much. It's a pity we didn't have Zonoziwe online. That's really a pity. But in conclusion, I want to close with a quote from one of our greatest modern writers, Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, where she talks about we should all be feminist. And she says, culture does not make people. People make culture. If it is true that the full humanity of women is not all culture, then we can and must make it our culture. With that, I'd like to thank my panelists and thank profusely Sis Nozipo for the opportunity you've given us, you've given me, to open this auspicious gathering and to moderate the panel and to drive us to become authors, and hopefully the book will follow. Thank you so much, Sis Nozipo, and would like to thank all the contributors in the book, and really urge everyone to buy the book and read the stories of these powerful women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lindy, and thank you so much, Mandy and Naima. And unfortunately, Zonazua could not join us. And Siki for really inspiring us as well and clarifying for us the role of arts and culture in what we're doing. And it really is quite a seminal industry. And you know, we often have conversations about how we have so much artistic talent on our continent. We are no short of musicians, we're no short of dancers, we're no short of writers, we're no short of filmmakers, you know, because we live our lives close to the edge on this continent. And in fact, arts flourishes, that we just haven't turned it into an industry which is accessible to everybody, you know, like it is in many, certainly certain Eastern European countries that I've been in, where the arts is not a middle class issue, you know, where anybody can walk into a concert and listen to music or into a theater and watch a play. So, you know, from a structural perspective, but also from a personal perspective, I think there's a lot that can still be done for us on our continent to use the talent that we have and translate it into artistic format that transforms our society. So thank you so much, Lindy, for driving, for guiding us through the conversations this afternoon. And I really hope that we will invite more artists to share their experiences in writing, because writing is also an artistic format. And that the power of the word and the power of writing, as Eleanor Cecilia rightly encourages us to do what she calls life writing in her message to us this afternoon. If all of us write a story for our grandchildren and write our stories for our children, it can be 2 pages long, it can be 50 pages long, but it's still a story. So thank you so much for that. So we have now reached a stage, and I must say thank you so much for all your patience. And I'm not stressing about the time at the moment. We are going to go through our program. We are at a stage now where I don't think we are going to have Q&As. I don't know, Sabrina, are there questions that have been asked that you think warrant 1 or 2 questions that can be asked to our panelists for response? I haven't really checked the Q&A at all.
I think we can just proceed with the program.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks, that's great. So, one of the things that we wanted to do, because we have such a variety of amazing women on in the Right to Speak, is to do a session on conscious leadership and balancing mind, body, and soul and spirit. Because we've heard in the health panel that we had, the importance of mind, body, and spirit. And even in the women's movement, in the feminist discourse recently, people have spoken in the past about the personal being political, but there has also been a conversation about the spiritual being political. And so we've asked our dear sister and writer Scholastica Camario from Tanzania, whose whole, after resigning and after retiring from the UN, has started an organization called Conscious Leadership and Balancing Mind, Body, and Spirit, to kind of just round up for us her message of inspiration and perhaps 1 or 2 techniques about how we do that. So, Sis Scholastica, if you're still on the call, we would love for you to share your wisdom in this area, because we think that you've really mastered that art. And to close this without your wisdom would actually shortchange us. So please, my dear sister, the floor is now yours, and you can do with us what you want. Welcome.
Good afternoon, good evening to all of you. I thought I should be naughty and wear the same dress I wore when I took the picture for this book. Just as my name tag. I would like to start by congratulating all of you. I don't dare to thank anybody, because if I did so, it would be taking away their rights to the greatness and the amazing work that you have done. But I agreed with Sis Lindy that I would say a word or two about mindfulness. But before I say that, I would like to introduce myself as an African elder, a woman, as you can see, who was actually conceived as a warrior woman from conception, not just from birth. And I have always really not appreciated. I didn't like the way I was treated as a child. I didn't like the way children and women were treated in my society. And from very early on, I would answer back or would talk to my father and mother if and whenever they were quarreling, to say I didn't like it. And I almost died once because they didn't think it was my business, but that never stopped me. And really, that's the way I have lived my life. And those who know me, like Sis Anne Gituku Shongwe and Dr. Mutumang Diaho, they know that I have lived my life as a candle in the wind. Not that I couldn't learn the rules of the board, the boardroom, but I didn't like them, so I wanted to change them. And in the process, I actually got quite a few things done, but also I made quite a number of enemies. I think I was my own worst instigator of enemies because of being truthful, believing in working on principle, regardless of the consequences. And I believed that between me and God, we were invincible. But I reached a stage, I remember very specifically, when I reached 54, I was always strong as an ox, or an oxen. And one day I woke up and I was like, where are the different parts of my body? Where are my arms? Where are my legs? How do I get up? And I couldn't really pinpoint where exactly was painful, what was happening. I was the UNDP res rep and coordinator of the UN system in Lesotho. And I went to a doctor. Before that, I really felt I was quite healthy. And he couldn't really pinpoint what was going on. And the moral of this story is to say that ultimately I came to really learn the critical importance of chronic stress in our lives. People like you and I I introduce myself as a woman warrior, and many of you are activists who fight for what you believe. The truth is the body keeps score, yeah? The body keeps score, whether you know it or not, the body is always taking notes, and that is what goes into your subconscious. So that is one thing I want to share with you. The second thing I wanted to share with you is, in my quest to do what was fair by poor people, the majority of whom are women and children, I actually realized that it couldn't be possible to do that by following the rules. And one of the philosophers who really got that home for me was Albert Einstein, who said, you cannot solve a problem by the same mindset that created it. And you see, what really many of our challenges in my work, as I observed it, was because, especially through the rules of a mighty organization like the United Nations, was the bigger part of our challenge was actually mindsets, trying to solve a problem, oftentimes without even doing research to know what caused it and therefore what are the solutions, but by using the same mindset, that created it. And the third thing I want to share with you, and then something which I hope will be wisdom of what I have learned, is actually something I learned as I was reading books to really understand. Unlike some of you, when I went to school, not only was I the first girl in my village to go to grade 5, but it meant that throughout my life, I had no aunties or uncles or people from the same village, you know, who I could depend on. So I have really depended on reading and studying and stuff on every problem I found. And there is this guy, Miguel Ruiz, you know, the one who wrote the 4 Agreements. And then the other book he wrote was The Mastery of Love. And I thought it was really about love as love as I knew it, you know. And the biggest lesson I learned in that book is the whole world, you know, he says if somebody came from Mars, if people came from Mars, they would be looking at us and, you know, Earthlings, and looking at us and seeing that we are all naked, but our bodies and minds and spirit are full of wounds, and that we are dealing with each other with woundology, yeah? We are just rubbing each other's wounds. And that really struck the chord in me, which is how come I decided that when I got into an agreement with God that when I leave, if he left, he had to leave me to leave the UN on my feet upon retirement and not in a coffin. And when I retired, I then went back to school to learn mind, body, energy medicine. Because the day I left the UN, I left everything behind about politics, about programming, about all of these things. Not that I didn't think they're important, but I used them as the basis of wisdom to know what would it take for people like you and I to succeed in doing what we are doing, especially those of you who are young, so that you can succeed and not burn out like I did. By the time I left the UN, I was completely burnt out. I definitely looked older than I look now. Probably put on a few more kilos, but will, you know, work in progress. Because after all, weight is not only about what we are eating, but what is also eating us, yeah? So I actually then have now established this organization called Maadili Leadership Solutions. And Maadili is a Kiswahili word, which is Maadili. Adili is one, Maadili is many. Maadili is values, ethics, principles, and yeah, Maadili, yeah, values, ethics, and principles. So I run a conscious leadership organization, but which is underpinned by wellness, because I honestly realized that from my own experience, wellness is the most important thing about what you and I should concern ourselves, because when you are not well, you are not able to lead. So I look at wellness not only for survival, but also for wholesomeness, mind, body, spirit, and actually for then being a competent leader, being a competent activist, and actually being one who is successful. Now, the only thing I want to share with you today in terms of what I have really learned through this mind, body, energy stuff is that your decision to change. No, let me only say, first of all, you and I need to take that lesson from Miguel Ruiz that we are all wounded. It is not good to, you know, it's okay. It's okay to admit that, because we have our war wounds. You know, when you fight a war, you're wounded, and we need to acknowledge those wounds. We need to nurture them. We need to embrace them. We need to love them, and then let them go. But the only way to do that is actually to understand the importance of the subconscious mind. You see, the subconscious mind is somehow built into your body. It is the best mechanism God gave us to give us feedback in terms of what is going on. The subconscious mind is the one that makes sure your heart, you know, your heart is racing, blood is flowing. When you eat food, it's digested. If you are pregnant, the baby comes to fruition. But the subconscious mind also is actually there. It's you. It's the subconscious mind. Is you, is your mind. And do you know it controls 95% of our lives, whether we like it or not. And I came to believe this because one of the issues I've had to deal with is actually my impatience. I don't tend to suffer fools gladly, so it means I tend to lose my temper. So a day I decide, no, today I don't want to lose my temper. And before, the first challenge happens and I lose my temper and I smiled. And I came to learn that actually your subconscious takes notes every day, every time about how you respond to things. So when a challenge happens, when you think that it is you who is going to take the decision, a whole 7 seconds before, your subconscious, being such an efficient computer, computes chick, 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 and gives you the answer. And you think you are the one who is actually making the decisions. What does that tell you? If 95% of your life and mind are controlled by the subconscious, then we need to work with the subconscious so that the 95% of what is in it is nurturing, is love, is holistic, is wholesome, yeah? And the subconscious mind actually is the feeling mind, it's not the thinking mind. And you and I have been taught to think, but really, and at least as women, we are given permission to feel. But I mean, suffer the men who have no permission to feel, and no wonder they keep blowing up like pressure cookers which have no valve, because the body and mind and spirit are not built like that. Now, the other thing that we need to know about the subconscious mind, it does not sleep, which means when you and I have insomnia or are unable to sleep, or we go to sleep and in the morning, we find that we are more tired than when we went to sleep. And we think that maybe some tokoloshi or some witch came to pick us to go and farm and bring us back. It's really because the subconscious mind has been working overtime on issues that you have not resolved. Hence the importance of mindfulness. See, it's not important to solve the problem there and then, but you and I have been brought up, whenever you are feeling uncomfortable, I'm not feeling, or, well, there's something bothering me, I don't know which it is. And then you rush off to do what you need to do. Instead, it is better to actually take a moment and say, so ask yourself, there's a cartoon which says, of course, I talk to myself, I need expert advice. It really is not a joke. You are the best expert of your life. But you need to understand that, and you need to learn how to actually talk to yourself and believe that yourself is the best advisor. If I knew this, do you know how many hours I wasted trying to polish up my poor husband, may his ashes rest in peace, when I should have been working on myself and therefore influencing the environment, which is why I am into mind-body energy medicine, because I then teach, knowledge, skills, and tools on how to understand yourself, how to heal yourself, to heal the subconscious, mind, body, spirit, and then how to manage, English. Actually, in the process, we also speak a very different language. We don't talk about manage. And a lot of what I teach actually comes from Eastern wisdom, from Ayurveda, from what people call Buddhism, from all sorts of ancient knowledge. And some of our speakers have spoken about that. It's you and I were taught that it's only the West, there's only one science and one way of life, and that is the West. It is not true. And so what I then teach is actually in terms of how you understand and manage yourself, and in such a short period like this, and I would like to stop in a few seconds, is that for you and I, among all the other things you do, you will do yourself a favor if you learn the art of mindfulness. So for those like my cousins who are already, into Buddhism, and the lady who spoke about how Tai Chi healed her, I would really recommend a simple thing like meditation. I know many of us, especially me being brought up as a Catholic, how do you get a name like Scholastica when you come from a village on the slopes of Kilimanjaro? I was told anything, forget Buddhism. If you are not a Roman Catholic, I wasn't to talk to you, because St. Peter's will not open the doors for heaven for you to get in. So why do I want to waste my time with you? So the prejudices we are given prevent us from understanding that there's a much bigger world and actually a more nurturing world out there. So mindfulness, just go and if you haven't already done that, go and find out what are the benefits and the health benefits, scientific benefits of meditation, you know, because people are mesmerized by science. Also look at, very important, you know, yoga. What is yoga? You know, what are the benefits? Is it just an exercise? And because I can tell you, it is only mindful practices that are going to enable you and I to change, to evolve. You know, change is even also language again, to evolve into higher levels of consciousness. And we might be, you know, really, I'm using might, but I should say we would be, if we really believed it, if we began to experience it, we would find that we would be more effective in terms of leading mindfully, you know, and not always agitating. Even when you agitate, you would have a different way of approach by going through this, at least enabling yourself to learn mindful practices and to practice them, to use them, to do the work, not only for your survival, but actually for your effectiveness in terms of your leadership ability and leadership competence. That is really all I would like to share at this point in time. This is why I was so resistant to want to speak, because I no longer speak about the things we talked about today because they pain me. They used to pain me to death. Thankfully, right now, I'm much more healed internally and I can listen and empathize. But you know, I really burnt out because I did not realize that for me to be able to bring about change and survive, I needed to know and take care of me because I was the principal. The thing you bring to the table is you. And therefore, the importance of making sure that you, who you are bringing to the table, is not only wholesome, but is wise, is patient without being foolish. You know, people think patience is something which is not a good thing. But yeah, that's really what I have learned, that if I knew now what I knew then, I would not be riding one of these army trucks in town when I could have been walking or using a motorbike. It's a metaphor. But I came to find that I used a great deal of energy. A lot of it was negative energy because I was fighting feminism, fighting, you know, the injustices of being a woman. I learned to have a sharp mouth and a sharp tongue and a sharp mind to respond because nobody else was actually going to defend me. But now I know it is possible to actually change the world by being very different. And for me, Mother Teresa is the best example. There are others who I won't mention because they have also been linked with politics. But because of the way I work now, I work across gender, I work across religion, I work across whatever formation people come from, because it is only by building unity that we are actually going to succeed. And finally, I honestly really like the idea of he for she. And I'm hoping that it will go beyond that, because finally, I'll say to you, you know, there's this woman, Fatma Menisi, she died now. I met her, I was in the meeting with her in 75 during this International Women's Year. And so many of us young people were giving this, you know, very progressive rhetoric. And then she stood up and said one thing and sat down. And she said to us, you know, my children, sisters, I hear what you are all saying, but do we really want to be like men? Which man exactly would you like to be like? Have we no ambition? And she sat down, and that thing has never left me. So this is the little that I could share in this short moment, with a certain level of incoherence. But I'm available for a longer conversation. I have a website. You have my contacts. I have a WhatsApp. I really think if you wanted to, I would be happy to have a fuller session on how to discover and unleash your highest leadership potential, mind, body, spirit. And I honor all of you. And I found it a great honor to actually be asked to write because I didn't feel I deserved to, not because I haven't done what may be significant work, but because I was paid to do it. And I honor all of you who do this from a civil society perspective, because I know how much more challenging and difficult it is and what it takes for you to really give yourself mind, body, spirit to this cause. So thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you for enabling me to participate in this on this platform. And I look forward to our continued cooperation, at least until, as long as I'm here. I have decided that my commitment now is to support whoever is willing to stand long enough to want to know how to discover and unleash their highest potential, mind, body, spirit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Siskola. Thank you very much for your wisdom and your very, very powerful words. I think subconscious feeling being in our subconscious minds, mindfulness, and also the whole notion of meditation. Thank you so much. I think there's lots to take away. It's certainly uncomfortable to feel like a walking wounded, but I think, I read James Baldwin, and he always says that the only way to overcome our issues is to actually face them head on. And one of the things that we haven't done enough of is actually just face them. So we've got to a stage where I'm going to ask Sabrina, who's on the screen right now, lives in Kenya, and I'm going to ask you to introduce yourself, Sabrina, because I think that you are the best person to introduce yourself. Has worked with me through this project for a very, very long time, since December when we lost Rose and Louisa. And I want to thank you and your mom for really being at my side for all these months. It's been an absolute pleasure. I think the two of us have modeled intergenerational cooperation and collaboration. I've learned so much. She's a tech person. I'm an old-fashioned woman in my 70s, and you've really put to the test working together with somebody as young and vibrant and full of energy. And I've pushed back, and you've pushed back, and it's been wonderful. So I'm not going to say much more because we've really overstretched our time for you to do our first of all, to just celebrate everybody for having stood the test of time in writing the books, in writing the stories, and being here today. So I'm going to pass on to you. Please introduce yourself to everybody so they really know who you are, and do our toast for us.
Thank you so much. I can't believe this day came. It was divinely planned. And well, what can I say? How do I introduce myself? Because I've been wearing many hats on this project. I came onto this project as the business strategist and digital consultant, and ended up being a ghostwriter and editor and wore plenty of many other hats, but I wouldn't have it any other way. I learned so much, and I was surrounded by incredible women. And today, I think I speak for everyone when I say that we have had such a wholesome experience, and to think that it began in the year 2020, where as women, mothers, as wives, sisters, daughters, supporters, and leaders, we were tested beyond measure. We lost a lot of love, we lost a lot of time, and we lost a lot of ourselves. We were confronted by the unimaginable, by the unspeakable events and circumstances that paralyzed the streets of our homes, our hospitals, the environment, and the world. But women were at work. They continued to show up for duty. They took care of their families. They schooled their children. They kept the lights on in their business. They organized and collaborated face to face, and took down the beasts of injustice, violence, politics, and the pandemic. And I had a front row seat to witness how African women leaders faced 2020. From them, I learned what it takes is a decision, a conviction, and a commitment to make a difference. That you can and you must create opportunities, and that you should never waste a moment. The authors of this powerful book have earned the right to speak because they have courage in their convictions. They are assured of their strength in being a woman and in being proudly African. They don't discount the essential and hard work. They don't complain. They strategize, they solve, and they salvage. Now we're going to do something a little awkward here because we don't have a drink in hand, but I'm sure everybody is by their desk and has a pen in hand. And I would like you to take this opportunity with me to salute these amazing women and to raise your pens. Raise your pens as we do in the book. Raise your pens with me and join me. Yes, put your cameras on. Please unmute your microphones. Let's do this together. Yes, yes, lovely. Please join me in raising your pens to salute these incredible African women leaders. They have inspired our paths with their stories of their past and their present so that together we can write the future. Absolutely. Let's see if we can do this together, okay? We're going to say, I have earned the right to speak, okay? Are you ready? Yeah. Is everybody ready? All right. 1, 2, 3. I have earned the right to speak. Please join me. Brilliant, well done. These incredible African women leaders. They have inspired our paths with their stories. But I want to say thank you to all the authors, the sponsors, the partners, the guests, and all who have made this book possible. Our stories visible, our voices audible. The pages in this book will continue to be written and will continue to change the narrative of African women because each of you are
the right
to speak. And now a message from our chief editor, my friend, my mentor, and my partner in justice, Ambassador Nuzipo January Bardell. I want to say thank you to all the authors, sponsors, the partners, the guests, and all who have made this possible. Our stories visible, our voices audible. The pages in this book will continue to be written and continue to change the narrative of African women because each of you are the right to speak. And now I'm Mr. Kaman, editor, my friend, my mentor, and my partner in justice, Ambassador Nuzipo January Bardell. I want to say thank you to all the
Can we please ask speakers to mute themselves? Yes. Can we everybody mute? Thank you, Sabrina. Thank you so much. And thank you all for your patience. We really have gone over the time, but I think that time is, you know, one thing I've also learned in my years of getting more mature is that, yes, time is very important to keep, but when you don't need to keep it, then you must take control of it. And I think that's what we've done tonight, so that we've needed to do what we've done. And I thank you so much for your patience. So my Charles, what I'd like to do tonight is just to end by really expressing my deepest thanks to everybody. First of all, I think it's important to explicitly say that this has been a Pan-African project. And it was very important that it is a Pan-African project, that we recognize that we belong together on this continent as a group of women who were willing to respond to a request to write our own stories and tell our own stories in our own words as African women. And for that, I want to thank you. I think that I hope that the spirit of Pan-Africanism and the spirit of us looking at our continent and making a choice to continue to do the things that we need to do to create something of our continent that will benefit our children, our grandchildren in the future. It's very important. So for all the young women, not us who are older, who was perhaps brought up in a Pan-African spirit from a political perspective, we'll continue with this approach to inclusiveness across our wonderful continent, because the talent is immeasurable. And I think the spirit is also there. I want to thank, first of all the authors, each and every one of you, for the courage to write. I know how difficult it was for many of you. For some of you, it was easier, maybe because you were journalists and you had been accustomed to writing. But for many of you, it was difficult. For myself, it was also hard. And so to do it and finish it, and there was a lot of back and forth in the editing process. Many of you showed a lot of tolerance and patience, because I know I have also been asked to contribute chapters to many books, and I have experienced that thing about editors coming back and forth to you and not being happy with your first or second try. So thank you very much. And also for all the Zoom meetings we had, you know, it feels like we co-created this project, because we were always trying to be inclusive in our consultation to make sure that you were happy with what we are doing. To be honest, I don't know if I'll do it again like that the next time, but at least we've experienced what it was to write something together and encourage some consultative process to make sure that we come up with a product that is relatively everybody is happy with. And yes, there are some mistakes that were made in the process. One or two of you have mentioned the fact that you're not too happy with this or that or the other, and that's fine. I mean, we listen, we've made mistakes, and we take responsibility for the mistakes we've made. At the end, we still have a book that we hope is going to make a difference. I need to thank Phumzile and Eleanor for agreeing to write the opening chapters in terms of what do they call them? Forwards, yes, the forwards. To be honest with them, both of them are very, very busy women, but because, you know, they really believed in the project, they were willing to make some time and put some time into it. And even today, it was really wonderful to have Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka on our team, and the fact that she will remain a part of the Women's Rights Network. I must pay special tribute to the initial co-planners who were with us today, because it would not be right not to mention Rose Sully and Louisa, who left our project very early on. First of all, for encouraging me on the one hand when I first approached them, but also for identifying and engaging a lot of you as writers and getting and inviting you to write and contribute to this book. And so for them, I really want to thank them for the role that they played. As we all know, and as we experience life, sometimes people are only there for a short moment, they're meant to do a role, and then they leave, and we've all experienced that. And I want to thank them explicitly tonight. My life partner, John Bardell, who let me persuade him to very gently to help with the editing, especially with the fact-checking, was invaluable. John and I used to sit in a room together, and we would go through the stories, and he would say, but no, this doesn't make sense, but there's something missing here. And it was just about fact-checking, really. And so I wish to express my extreme gratitude for his role in this. I also want to thank Lucy and Sabrina Muchiri for really taking over the editing function, especially towards the end, in the quality control of all the stories towards in making sure that they are ready for printing. And it was a hard job. It was not an easy job. It's extremely difficult to edit. And from the feedback we've had from people who are familiar with this kind of process, we've had some very good feedback about the editing and the final product that you all have in front of you. So thanks to Lucy and thanks to Sabrina for putting in all the hours that you've done to do the editing of the book. Sabrina and Tatiane Godoy for the design and the book cover. Sabrina for the book cover. The book cover that you saw was designed and found by Sabrina. She was also responsible for the layout. And honestly, without her, we wouldn't have a book at the moment, because she put everything she's got into this project. And so Sabrina, thank you so much. I mean, all the writers have had a conversation with you at some stage in the process, and they all have experienced the kind of person you are, for your patience with me, you know. And I'm quite stuck in my ways, in many ways, but Sabrina was patient, and I think we both listened to each other in a very respectful way, and it has everything to do with listening and hearing, and also respecting each other. And I would do it again, all over again. Ronald Neyman, she's not here, but she was responsible for typesetting and formatting the book. She's a South African woman who lives here, and she helped us when the manuscript was done. She helped us typeset and format it, and did it very quickly. I must say her turnaround times were very, very impressive, and we are eternally grateful for her role in this. We also want to thank Laura Atiko. Laura Atiko was the woman who was responsible for printing the book and printing it in the way that you have received it. And Laura was also, you know, publishing your book yourself is quite an expensive project, but she was able to give us good rates for printing the book. I want to thank our sponsors, and in this regard, Nolita Fakude from Anglo America, who helped us with sponsoring the book. Investec through Tanya, who was earlier on Tanya also is a story writer. She works for Investec, and she was able to persuade her colleagues at Investec to give us a small token. We also want to thank my previous company, AngloGold Ashanti, who gave us quite a substantial amount of money to publish this book, as well as the Open Society, Nozipo Ndebele, who I hope has also been on the call today. And finally, Nozala Salu Dakile for sponsoring the book, especially towards the latter end. We also want to thank Nolita Fakude and Theo Soa, who is then the head of the African Women's Development Fund, for the endorsements at the back of the book. I have a very special relationship with the African Women's Development Fund because I used to sit on the board, and some of the women like Hilda Tadria are all sisters from other parts of the continent who I've worked with in my previous lives. And it's so wonderful that they are always there when you need them most. And so I really hope we are able to give some resources to the African Women's Development Fund, because we said to our sponsors that one of the things that we would like to do is to give a portion of the proceeds of the book to the African Women's Development Fund, because they are perhaps the most respectable conduit for sending funds to women's organizations across the continent. So we will keep engaging with the AWDF in this regard. From my family, I want to thank my children. My children really are my rock. Mandy, Thomas, and Lindy, and my grandchildren, who are still working with me on the book, you know, doing with the orders that we are receiving, packing the orders, delivering them to people around Johannesburg, and organizing for them to be couriered to other parts of the world in respect of the orders. So it's nice to have this team of people who are so close and who really jump when I ask for help. My sisters, Tandi and Dawn and Tandi, for always being at my side, really always being there, and for being, you know, sharing ideas with them and bouncing all kinds of things off with them. And for my nieces, because we only have nieces, we are a girl family. So Thomas is the only boy in our family, but my nieces are always there as well. For Naima and they are also for contributing to the stories that they tell in the book. And my numerous friends that I have, I mean, I have made so many friends over this project. It's wonderful to be part of a group, Saweed, my friends on Saweed, who have really sent out the message, the South African Women in Dialogue group, who've sent out messages to everybody to make them aware of the book. My daily helpers who bring me coffee and tea and cook for me, I cannot not forget them, including the guy who helps clean my garden, because so I can sit on my stoop and enjoy sometimes just reading the stories on my stoop. And last but not least, I want to thank Anne Gituku at UN Women Anne has been a friend for many years, and Anne, you know, I really need to thank you for the role that you've played, not only as a writer in the book, but also as a support at UN Women, and facilitating communication with Phumzile, and really making it possible for Womenomics to do today's event. Rahima and Libo at Womenomics for spending several hours just making sure that we can all make ourselves available on the link today. And really, thank you in English is two little words that is, you know, that are so important, but they don't really express the appreciation that I'm feeling today. So thank you very much. And I also want to thank Anne's sister-in-law, and has a wonderful sister-in-law who's also done quite a few books in Kenya. And I consulted her a couple of times, Susan, to just ask for advice about, you know, how she's done her books in the past. And Susan has been very forthcoming in giving me advice. So thank you, please, Anne, thank Susan for all the help that she's given me in this thing. And then lastly but not least, for Masechaba Dekana at the Generation Equality Forum here in Johannesburg, because she was able to facilitate the first launch that we had on the Generation Equality Forum, as well as Naima for facilitating the other launches we had in the room on the, you know, Fred Swanaka and his team at the African Leadership Group. We really appreciate the fact that they were so willing to take a chance with us and made it possible for us to have 2 launches on their platform. So ladies, thank you so much for today. Thank you very much from the depth of my heart. We will continue with the Right to Speak project. It is about writing, first of all, before anything else. As Eleanor rightly said, we need to write more for our children, for our families, for our communities. We don't have to think about publishing. It's lovely to see one's book in print, but ultimately, I think for me, the writing is really about expressing in writing, and using this pen that Sabrina made us raise tonight to really tell our own stories. It doesn't have to be for publishing. It can be for writing. And I like the fact that Eleanor suggests that we should just write. And I think that the issue with publishing that I experienced in this project is that publishing is such a rarefied industry, and it actually stops us from writing, because we think about who's going to read what we've written, and et cetera, et cetera. And so it's great that the book's being published, but I think it should not stop us from writing, because our names will not be in a book that will be published. So my message really is all the things that Scholastica said this evening in terms of mind, body, and spirit, and encouraging us to really dig deep into ourselves and how much we give and how much of us we actually don't do justice to, because we are not fully conscious of what's happening to our bodies and so on. So let me please encourage you to write. I'm going to have a break for a few months after the book, now that we've launched it. I need a break myself to restore my own health. And I intend to sort of lay very, very low for the next 3 months until Christmas time. And maybe in January, we can revive the Women's Rights Network and think about ways in which we can continue. But every single one of you, in my view, we are going to co-create the next stage of the Women's Rights Network. It's not going to be any one of you can drive it at the next chapter. And I think we have 55 of us who have made a difference in the book. And I invite all of you, especially the younger people in the group, to really take this forward. Let's not lose the network. It's there now, but it's also widely open. The leadership is very hard. I must say, it's not easy to be in the leadership space, but that's what it is. And I really, really have, for me, it's reinforced the whole sense of co-creating and doing things inclusively, powerfully, and together. We will go far. So thank you once again. I raise my glass of red wine to all of you. I wish you a wonderful rest of the weekend, a wonderful spring as it comes in. 1st of September is next week. And yes, let's keep communicating. We have our WhatsApp platform. And thank you so much, Womenomics, for sticking with that to the bitter end. And thank you for Sabrina for being God's gift to this project. Really, very many, many thanks. So, yes, I guess it's good night and merci. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And have a good evening.
Thank you, Sis Nose. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good night.
Good night.
Thank you for a wonderful afternoon and evening.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. I mean, you know, we can all be very proud of ourselves, but we need to have a special one for Nos and the team. And I really want to express that. So thank you a million times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Lucy.
Bye-bye.
For being and raising such a beautiful daughter. Bye-bye.
It's a wrap.
Thank you, Rehema. It's a wrap. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you so much. You look beautiful. We should have seen you on camera. Oh my God, you look amazing.
Yeah, Rehema, why were you hiding?
Behind the scenes. This is the part that's going to get cut out of the final feed.
You are awesome. So much, so helpful. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
God bless and good
my-
night.
This is my mom. This is my mom.
This is your mom?
Yeah.
Yeah, don't we look alike?
I'm not as pretty as her, but you know. I do get them from somewhere.
Asanteni sana, what graciousness, what a beautiful session. I'm gonna end it. I'm just waiting for it to end on to catch up on YouTube, and then I'm cutting it off from there. But like,
Thank you. Good night.
Thank you for the professionalism. Thank you for the support. Sabrina, we must work together.
We should. We will work together.
I'm gonna end it now. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Cheers.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.